Not long from what we just started a couple days ago. The new damage model is out on iRacing. Well, last Wednesday we went ahead and showed off what the car of tomorrow looks like, what the Legacy Gen 6 looks like. We didn't get to the Legacy trucks. We didn't get to the Gen 6 stock car that you all know and love from the 2021 era. Ladies and gentlemen, this is NR Night in America, and it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch the best of the best roll around for about 4 or 5 hours. Let's talk about the schedule. We start with Daytona, head to Indy, Atlanta, and Homestead. We're going up and down the East Coast, and it's gonna be an absolute blast. Friday night, ladies and gentlemen, and as you're about to see on your screen, 1 week from today, we will be going live with the Drive Smart California 500 live on this YouTube channel at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it started. My name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, and you just saw it behind me. Just 1 week from today, the best on iRacing will get ready to shape up for 500 miles. 52 drivers going for 43 spots, and those 43 drivers that make it through single car qualifying, that will be the day of the event, will race for the 500 miles on the new dynamic track that iRacing has unveiled. They'll be ripping top, bottom, making every lane work. We're talking Coke drivers, the best in NR Night, Contender Series drivers, College Series drivers. The best from this great community will be on full display. Let's get into what's about to happen right now. Friday night edition, we saw what happened on Wednesday after the stream was moved from Tuesday night. The car tomorrow damage model was out, and it was out in full swing. And we knew one thing, we possibly had to bring it back tonight. 4 races guaranteed under the lights, or should we say under the nighttime for us. It'll be in the daytime for some of those races you'll see tonight, but it's going to be an absolute blast. Every single race tonight has the brand new damage model. Let's start with race number 1, Daytona. We've done this before, done it multiple times. Daytona with the Gen 6. So many love it because we say it's the greatest aero package that iRacing has unveiled. But at the same time, the damage model has made it such a headache for so many great drivers alike. They say the same thing over and over again. Netcode, it's a problem. It's a hassle. It continues to go ahead and derail what makes the aero package great. Well, iRacing unveiled a brand new damage model, and we're getting ready to see if it enhances the racing. 60 plus drivers have already joined in for race number 1. They're going to qualify. They're going to duel it out, and 40 of the best will take the green flag for a 50-lap feature. Race number 2 is where things get really exciting. Indianapolis, a brand new car track combo. We have gone to Indy before for an eTicket event. We have gone to Indy before for NR Night in America, but never with the car tomorrow. We made a setup for it way back when, and we said, if they ever get a new damage model, we're gonna do it. Guess what? We're doing it tonight, race number 2. First time the COTs will ever see the Brickyard, and it's gonna be a wild one for just 30 laps, because you don't know what's gonna happen. Race number 3 is where we bring back an old fateful car track combo that we've always known and loved, but we just needed a new damage model for it. That's Atlanta with the Legacy Gen 6. High horsepower, a lot of let-off time, and they say this is the best we've ever seen Atlanta in NR Night in America testing. Multiple lanes, going from the top to the bottom. Track dynamic all over the place. If you're a hardcore NASCAR fan, you're going to love Legacy Atlanta with the Legacy Gen 6. The Chevy SS and the Ford Fusion will come to rise in round 4. Homestead-Miami Speedway with the Legacy trucks, also with the brand new damage model. A lot to look out for, a lot to be excited for if you're a viewer tonight. You hear that? We got cars on track as 40 plus look to qualify for tonight's racing. Let's go trackside and set your field for Duel 1 and Duel 2. So things lined up. So grateful to have you all with us. A little quick blink in the action, but we're right back on it. This is where things get exciting. This is where things go wild. Watching some machines working on the racetrack. That 22, you may ask. We're going to go ahead and give you that update here in just a moment. That's Mason Moriarty working his way to the outside. Your first ever winner of the NWP 400 way back in 2021. Here's an update, ladies and gentlemen. The 19th eTicket event will be the Drive Smart California 500. That means we start 2024 off with the 20th eTicket event. We've been looking into possibly making a video of the best e-tickets, the best moments so far. We might wait for that until 2024. You might see that a week after the California 500 because so much has changed since we first dropped the green flag back in June of 2021 that I believe the new viewers, the ones that came in 2022 and the diehards that have been here since the first ever e-ticket event deserve to see how everything has changed on full display. Moriarty looking to get this one done here tonight. How about Josh Kenyon in the slap shot 27? He works his way around the racetrack to the inside of 3 and 4. Just want to ask you guys down in the chat below, how's the microphone? How does it sound? Had a quick mic issue about an hour before the stream. We believe we got it all fixed up, so it sounds just as normal as it would before. Josh Kenyon hits the flat down on the start-finish line. He looks to go up inside the top 10. Kenyon goes what looks to be 6th. That's where he lies. Wyatt Roberts 15th. Devins Baker now just climbing the banking of 1 and 2. Danny Switzer, Zachary Steele, James D. Gibson, who's rolling his way down the backstretch in the 75. Looking to make a nice return to NR, get things rolling in the right direction. Duels, you know the format already. It's pretty simple. 2 10-lap features. Top 20 in each duel make it to the main event. And that's where things get exciting because 60 drivers will go down to 40, 31 drivers we believe, so we say 62 drivers go down to 40, 31 per duel as we get ready to roll. And last Friday night, we did F1. We did Formula 1 racing in NR Night in America, and so many of you loved it. You thought it was exciting, you thought it was cool. I gotta ask you all, ladies and gentlemen, 300 likes tonight. Do we get Formula 1 Night in America for race number 5? We did it. A lot of you loved it. I honestly enjoyed it as well. And we're looking forward to see what you all think in the chat, because if the chat wants it, we have to do it. And I'm excited to get that rolling. NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. We're checking the task manager, making sure everything is good, up to date as we get ready to go green. Quick blimp in the action. Jackson Byes rolling around the racetrack as well. So many others looking just for a spot in the main event. Byes driving his 42 machine. He works to the inside of 3 and 4 as they get ready to continue to climb that banking. You're going to see drivers all over the place. This aero package, so much forward momentum, so much will be on the line, and just a 50-lap event to start off race number 1. Race 2, just 30 laps. We're going to have sprint races here tonight as we get ready to gear up just 1 week from today. The Drive Smart California 500. The entry list for the event has already been posted to the Twitter, the Discord, the Instagram, and the community tab. If you want to stay up to date on everything NR Night, feel free to join our Discord. Link to that in the description below. And you'll be able to stay up to date on anything NR Night. That will be in the announcements tab of the Discord. We're already up to 2,500 members. We continue to climb, and we're so grateful for this great community joining us and having some fun. Also want to point out we were originally going to update the icons in this chat for all the members, but we weren't able to get all the driver cards ready up before the stream. But we do plan on getting that ready for Tuesday, because next Friday it's race day and it's going to be an absolute blast. Let's set it off straight. Jackson Carr goes on pole, no doubt about it. So he will lead us to the green flag in Duel 1. You look to Duel 2, it's going to be a lot of heavy hitters, but Jacob Wilkerson will be lined up on the outside of row number 1. He'll be joined by River Page, he'll be joined by William Schmidt, and joined by so many others as we get ready to go green. Jackson Carr, I want to say that's an iconic 44 now. He raced it in the NWP 400. He is now racing it here tonight. He was one of the first drivers to actually get picked for that event. We always knew how great he was at qualifying, and that 44 has now lined up on the start-finish line, should we say the grid, on pit road as we get ready to take the green flag. Showtime, Duel 1 from Daytona. Always a blast. I know we've been doing a lot of super speedways, but we're not done yet. Next Tuesday, we'll have a super speedway stream to round out season 3 of the super speedway shootout. That is going to be an absolute blast. Just 2 races this coming up Tuesday night, and then we'll go ahead and end that stream and get everything ready for the Drive Smart California 500. You're going to want to watch that pre-race show. Jared and I have gotten a lot of things ready. It's going to look beautiful. It's going to look amazing. The driver intros, already took a little peek at it. That's going to be outstanding. The picks are going to be a lot of fun. And you, the viewers, as long as you type it up in the chat, get excited, talk during the entirety of the stream, chatting it up, guess what? You have an opportunity to win NASCAR merchandise from Drive Smart. You have an opportunity to earn $50 in iRacing credits from Drive Smart, and so much more. It's not just the drivers that have an opportunity to go to Victory Lane next Friday night. It's you, the viewers. So get ready to gear up as we get ready to take the green flag. Let's do it. Just a 10-lap shootout here tonight for Duel 1. It'll be 10 laps for Duel number 2. Let's go ahead and say those magical words, because you all know and love them, because we say it loud and proud. God speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. Jackson Carr, Jacob Wilkerson. Lined up 2x2, River Page, William Schmidt. Max Swearinger and Chad Thornquist there as well. A lot of drivers looking to end off their 2023 campaign with the win. Some looking for their first, others just looking to add another tally to the win column. Time to get it done. Let's see that sea of green in the live chat. When we take this green flag, the crowd will get on its feet, and the top 20 in Duel 1 will make it to the main show. What do we mean by that sea of green? Pretty simple. Spam green icons, whether they're emoticons that you have on your phone, whether you're a member of the channel, you got the bear waving the green flag, getting ready for the Drive Smart California 500. So much in between. Paint the chat green as we get ready to ride. Pace car makes that hard left on the pit road. Carr, Wilkerson, Page, and Schmidt, your fast 4. Max Swearinger and Chad Thornquist get ready to light the fuse from Duel 1. Page all over the back end of the 44 early on. Wilkerson, help from Schmidt. Look at that 75 rocket to the outside. That's Gibson already looking 3 wide, but has to bail out of it. No driver really willing to put themselves at risk. Maurice Berry on the outside, maybe about 3 or 4 rows back, lined up 2x2. Jackson Carr's knows this is all textbook right here. Qualify up front, stay up inside the top 20, then you get an opportunity to win at the big show. The only way to do that is to keep it at bay. And we've seen duels before either go really well or really not. We've seen caution-free duels. We've seen duels where it looks like they just cannot stop wrecking. But Jackson Carr will lead us back down to lead lap number 1. And already you see about 2 distinct packs. Justin Champagne outside looking in, sitting there in 21st, and you got to go way back here to Wyatt Roberts. How about Jim Donovan in that 25th position? He's leading that herd. These are drivers that are just looking to stay out of harm's way from any wildness. But I look at this top 4, I look at this top 5, and I say, hey, these are guys you can trust. Jackson Carr has led at Daytona. Wilkerson has done very well. Now, he's had some incidents in the past when he decided to swing for the fences. But before we go ahead and talk about that, we got to talk about how much he's changed in his driver etiquette. Saw to the outside, lost the line to Schmidt, says, hey, I'm going to duck it to the inside and lead that bottom group. The old Jacob Wilkerson will just squeeze William Schmidt in the outside wall. Over time, drivers learn, they change, and they get faster and stronger, definitely smarter. Keep an eye on that STP 43 as he leads the inside lane with River Page. They look back to Sean Pena there in the 5. Barry, Max Swearinger now top 6. Round out the fast 4, River Page, William Schmidt, Jacob Wilkerson. all chasing the Jackson car machine, who's now under fire by the Chevrolet downstairs. Gibson has worked his way up to 10. He's in. Kennedy in 20th. That's the red zone. Anyone outside that Sweet 16 is at risk of either making the show or getting absolutely bumped. Oh, Thornquist, save it. One on the flat, 3x3, they keep it green. A lot of toughness out of these guys. See Braden Lubbock now leading that herd on the outside looking in. He sits 25th. Trouble, Spain in the rear. Caution will wave with 7 to go. Hunter Brickmare went around. I believe Zachary Steele was involved in that one. About a 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 car pile up down off turn number 2. Will bring the caution out for the first time. Now, you could have definitely trusted the top 10, but there was definitely drivers that were inside that Sweet 16 red zone bubble. They got way too aggressive, way too excited. And when that happens, you put yourselves at risk. You put drivers around you at risk. You then all of a sudden start thinking to yourself, oh, maybe I'm not good enough to make it in. Next thing you know, you got to pack the bags as you're heading to the Hoosier State, Indianapolis, for race number 2, and you never even had a shot to take the green flag in the feature because 4 laps into the duel, you got way too excited. And you already see the 5 machine crab walking down the inside as Zachary Steele and others. I believe that might be Wyatt Roberts also involved in that 31 machine. Already out here in duel number 1. So the caution will wave right away, and wow, Wyatt Roberts was outside of the main pack and still was involved in the melee. Let's see what happened. So it starts with Barry coming down the track, gets right into Josh Kenyon, and man, Josh Kenyon just cannot catch a break here in these duels. Maurice Barry was just hanging it wide off corner exit. This is where it got really bad here. Roberts and others didn't see the incidents happen in front of them, and usually because of that big spoiler in front of their line of sight. Braden Lubbock, no doubt about it, was able to find his way through. He was the one leading the herd. First thing he did was jump to the outside and slammed on the brakes. And nearly got slammed by Josh Kenyon, avoiding it all. Let's watch it one more time. Watch Maurice Barry stuck 3 wide. As my phone has actually been blowing up, and we're hearing from support on who did what. Yeah, I don't know how they didn't see that. They just did not check up. I don't know exactly who to blame this on right away. You see the 4 of Steele on the outside, so they're squeezing Maurice Barry 3, 4 wide, and you got to think about etiquette right here, right? Who's at fault? Who did what wrong? And I see the 3 wide. I see the 4 wide. And then all of a sudden you get a little worried. You start thinking to yourself, I'm trying to get every spot I can possibly get. And then all of a sudden you realize you're putting other drivers around you in a bad situation. Well, when that happens, you spark issues like that. 4 wide with 6 laps to go the duel, they're up inside the top 20. They're good to go. So for that to even happen, it's a little bit mind-boggling. Now you look outside the top 20, you see who's at risk. Well, Braden Lubbock is sitting there in 20th. The rest of them are on pit road. Mitchell Armstrong's 21st. Wayne Kennedy is 22nd. C.D. Magram back there in 23rd. You look at Josh Kenny, a little bit of damage on the right rear. He sits now 24th. Zachary Steele was involved in the incident. He's 25th. Jim Donovan, 26th. You got Burns, 27th, who is now working back on the racetrack. I believe this is his first start in NR Night in America as they continue to roll around. You know what's one thing I've never seen in the live chat? Ladies and gentlemen, you guys do the wave. Why is that? Why haven't we seen the wave at all in that live chat? We know there's icons out there. I think you guys at some point should start the wave. If you definitely start the wave in the Drive Smart event, I think whoever is involved in it may be given $50 of iRacing credits, or maybe a brand new NASCAR hoodie with a Drive Smart logo on it. Kyle Weatherman, I want to point something out for the ones that might think, why would I want a Kyle Weatherman hoodie? Think back to all the people that thought when the Super Trucks were first announced, why would I want a Ron Hornaday truck shirt. Why would I want that? Now all of a sudden our generation's saying, hey, I want that. That would be cool to see. You know, I'm telling you this right now. If you win that Drive Smart hoodie and you keep it in great condition, it is an antique, it's a classic, and it's a retro NASCAR hoodie in the next 10 to 15 years. I'm just thinking ahead of time for anyone that wins it. Keep that in pristine condition. It's a rare hoodie. It's beautiful. I love it. I've already seen photos of it. You're going to love it too, and you're going to want that hoodie. I'm telling you right now. So come next week. Make sure you're typing during the entire event because it's going to be an exciting event. Get loud, get proud, chat it up. You may have a shot at winning some NASCAR merchandise that you would love to wear to your next NASCAR Xfinity Series race. Well, we get the one to go here with 4 laps remaining. We'll get the restart with 3 laps to go. And now you start thinking, okay, who's at risk? Who's in the red zone, the danger zone? Who's really the one that you have to watch out for? I like Wilkerson, I like Carr, I like Schmidt, I like Gibson making it in, as long as they don't just beat the back bumper off of each other. Outside the top 20, Wyatt Roberts, Carlos Struther, now sparking up on the bottom. He is going to need a miracle to make it in. Josh Kenyon on the outside, Wayne Kennedy and Braden Movick will be those final drivers going for that top 20 transfer. Let's get ready to end duel number 1. Pace car hard left on the pit road. Jacob Wilkerson has 3 laps to hold them off. Crowd on their feet one more time as it's 3 to go for the World Center of Racing. Gets into the outside. They've already lined it up. Bullet training on the outside, 6, 7, maybe 8 machines. River Page on the bottom. He's lined up with Max Swearage in the blinking 92. That's Aladon Contreras, and he's starting to fade back. No movement out of him. The 9, Justin Champagne, rips back to that outside lane. Everyone chases that 43 through 3 and 4. Top 20 make it. Everyone else goes home. Movick, 16th. Brinkmeyer, 17th. Armstrong, Yusa, and Kennedy all chase it down to 2 to go. And William Schmidt just took that lead. We talked about him before. Someone you must keep an eye on. He's going to be bold when it matters the most. Trying to close it out from Daytona. Max Swearagin on the bottom with Brian Donahue. Donahue's never won a race in NR. Looking to build a reputation in NR night. To the bottom, River Page sparks up the nose of the 43. The shot in the back will get him to the lead. Gets into the outside, 3 wide Schmidt. This is gonna make this duel official. Slingshot, engage Jacob Wilkerson. Salamanca, 1 to go from Daytona. Blocking top, blocking bottom. Wilkerson to the inside, gets in on the outside, shoved by Champagne. Now, he leads that second lane. Contreras in tow. Wilkerson, another slam to the rear by the 24. So a lot of these guys getting restless. Riding on with Jackson Carr, sitting in 5th. Top 20 makes it in, everyone going for the win. Page shoves Wilkerson out in front, looks for the slingshot, can't get her to the bottom, looks to the outside, turns the 43. Jackson Carr victorious from Daytona as they wreck him up in the rear. Movick makes it in, and a last-ditch effort move by River Page hands Jackson Carr the victory in Duel 1. And that's what you got to look out for. You never know what's going to happen. He went for it. He knew he was locked in the show. And just like that, Jacob Wilkerson will not win this race. Well, the crowd is loving it. And we look at the guys that were out of the race. Anyone from outside of Josh Kenyon will not make the show. Mitchell Armstrong is in. McCart is in. But man, what a wreck. that was at the finish. They're going to take some time to grid them up here. And while they do that, we should watch back on what we just saw. Oh, we won't be able to, sadly. Got to the second race way too quickly. But at the end of the day, what a run that was. Let's get ready to try it again. This is Duel 2. Jackson Carr will lead the field to the green flag in the main event. Will Shaq, Daniel Mosteller, Shamela, Lewis, and others try to lock this one in. And outside that top 20, Hart, Eckert, Mills, Bies, Higgins, Connell. Matt Skipper is joining us. Garrett Lucas, Carson Freeman, Joseph Armstrong, Kevin Champagne, and Xander McKinney will all race for those final 20 spots. So 62 drivers joined us here tonight, and only 40 will take the green flag. If you enjoy the action and you're just coming in from the YouTube short, we say hello, we say welcome. This is NR Night in America. And you enjoy the action, feel free to subscribe. 300 thumbs up on this stream. You got Formula One racing as round 5, and it's Formula One Night in America. We're sticking to the United States tracks. It's gonna be an absolute blast to see what goes from here on out. Shaq and Mosteller, Lewis and Shamela, Thurston, Greenwood, Sanders, Herring and Conklin. Pandemos, the fan favorite. Lock these guys in with a caution-free duel. A lot to look out for, a lot to unpack as we get ready to roll here in the second duel. Time to go green. Pace car hard left onto pit road, and the crowd will rise to their feet once again. Let the sparks fly on a Friday night. Light the fuse from the World Center of Racing. Shaq, Shamela, top 2 on the outside lane. Mosteller, Lewis, top 2 on the inside lane. All 4 of those machines work on the push and shove as they climb their way to 1 and 2. Dale Greenwood in line on the outside with Jordan Herring. He's lined up with Devins Baker. Mason Moriarty has a lot to prove here tonight. He sits in that 12th spot. Oh, the accordion effect already taken in place. 3-1 as they work their way to 3 and 4. They're all chasing that 9 machine. You don't have to get way too restless back here. 15th, they're in that green. 17th on back. That's when you got to worry, but you got 10 laps to really get it done. Matt Skipper rolling forward. All chasing the 9. Mosteller leads lap number 1. Lewis, P2. Lined up with Thurston, lined up with Sanders. Lined up with Conklin, lined up with Shaq. And Truel is back there. You got Shamela, Greenwood, and so many others. Lewis undrafted in the Drive Smart California 500, but a big person that everyone's looking forward to racing when we go green flag at Daytona for the next eTicket event. Man, shuffling in the rear, Jordan Herring nailed the outside wall in the 72. They shuffled these guys up. Everyone's still going to that top 20 spot. Most leads lap number 2. 8 to go from Daytona. Outside lane, Lane Sanders. Lined up with the Hawaiian Tropic 1. Lane just recently in some controversy, just 1 stream ago. 1 to the outside wall, Joseph Armstrong. Nailed it with the right side. Now the thing is, this new damage model has allowed a lot of guys to keep it straight and be confident. Just because you hit the wall doesn't mean you lose RPM, doesn't mean you lose a lot of aero dependency. So he's going to go back there with Kevin Champagne and still play that waiting game. He knows at some point it's got to be feeding time up front. Coming to 7 to go, though. They've gone 2 by 2 and mostly spread on out. Joe is in that last transfer spot back in 20th. Davis Lewis leads back to 1 and 2. Lane Sanders lined up with Shaq. Shamela on that outside lane has Colbreth and company in line. Devins Baker just watching and waiting in the wake. Lane Sanders jumps to the outside, lines up with Shaq, and the Papyrus 01 starts inching and clawing his way to the lead. The drive down off turn number 4. All roads go ahead and work forward. Lane Sanders top of the board. Now what's the move for these guys? They're shuffling around. Pushing, shoving. I'm not liking what we see out of 61. Dane Duffy and was just all over the place, ping-ponging off machines. And he's got it back forward in 13th. A 50-lap feature. That's what it comes down to. Lewis out of the pocket to the outside lane. Now lines up with Shaq. Pushing and shoving on the bottom. Goes the top 3 machines downstairs. Shamela, now James Thurston in tow in the 4 machine. 5 to go from Daytona this time by. 3 wide, Duffy struggling to hold that line. Shaq to the bottom. 1 around the 22. Dominic Shafty. Single car spin, they keep it green. Lewis and Shamela now leading the herd on the outside. Colbert out of the pocket, drops to the bottom. Devins Baker runs with them. 2 by 2 by 2 they roll. Here comes Mosteller blocking top. He locks in with Thurston. Everyone on that ragged edge. The question now comes down to how bold do you get coming to 4 to go? A lot of these drivers outside that top 20 that have lost this strap are saying, oh, give me a caution. That's all we're looking for. Look at this, 3 drivers in line. Jordan Higgins in 21st. The last one outside this race in the main pack. Lewis on the outside, lined up with Armstrong. Champagne on the outside, lined up. Chevy, Toyota, Ford, pushing and shoving. Lewis to the bottom. Lewis wheel to wheel. Joseph Armstrong, top of the board from Daytona. He's got KC right on that rear. Kevin Champagne next Friday will be going for his 2nd eTicket event win. Right now, it's all about getting a win at Daytona and starting on the front row. He lines up there in 2nd. Baker to 11th. Shaq back to 8th. 3 to go. Comes 2 to go next time by. And that inside lane's just not been able to get the roll that they've wanted, and they've just been stacking up and dropping back left and right. Just no coordination out of those machines. Single file train. 2 to go this time by. Trouble way in the rear. Xander McKinney involved in that one. A 2-3 incident. Should we say 2-3? Maybe 4 machines involved. The caution will wave. And Dale Greenwood. I don't know why they wrecked back there. Only one guy was going to miss it. Someone had to come over the comms and say, hey, I hope you know we're all good. Right? We're all good. We're all in a good position. And for Dale Greenwood, his entire right side of the Chevrolet is all banged up. And we're just going to back it up. Oh, Duffy. Yeah, that's what we worried about. Talked about that 61. All over the place, struggling to hold on to his machine. Took Ethan Eckert with him, and Ethan Eckert will not make this Daytona race. And they're 3 wide for a while. And apparently the stream was lost. I had no idea we lost the stream. Well, no matter what, we are here. We're ready, and For the ones that don't know, it's getting very cold at my part of the United States. And our Night in America live from Nashville, Tennessee. So sometimes you might see a little blink here and there. It just sucks for Greenwood, you know. He's on the outside lane, and he just got that first shove from the 61, got him sideways, he got put in the wall, and then Ethan Eckert just nowhere to go. Caution will wave, and we will have this restart. Let's go through it. Armstrong, Kevin Champagne, Mosteller, James Thurston, Lane Sanders, Sean Conklin, top 6, Shaq, Hughes, Shamela Lewis, top 10. And we will be ready to try this all once more. So Dane Duffy will be given an L1 penalty for reckless driving, which means he'll just go to the tail end of the longest line. And with there being 31 drivers, you got to make it into the top 20. It's not that far off. We know Eckert is now the first driver out, so there'll be 30 drivers left racing from the looks of it. Dale Greenwood still on pit road, so is Shafty. So it's going to be 30 drivers going for 20 spots. 10 of them will not make the show now, as Eckert has already packed the bags up and has worked his way to the Hoosier State. Indianapolis will be race number 2 here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Car Tomorrow Racing. We've never seen it on that track before. We're going to see it for the first time here tonight. A lot of unknowns heading into it. That's why we made it a 30-lap race. Not sure how the car will fully drive, but should be very interesting to see how we roll with it. Armstrong, Champagne, Mosteller, and Thurston fast forward. Lane Sanders, Sean Conklin, Will, Shaq, and Hugh top 8. Shamela, Lewis, Colbert, Baker, top 12, Moriarty, and so many others are lined up 2 by 2. Oh, single file, getting ready to go 2 by 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to sound the sirens just one more time as we get the one to go. Two-lap dash to end this Daytona race, and we'll be back with Super Speedway Racing next Tuesday at Super Speedway Stream before we go 500 miles from the California Speedway Auto Club out in Fontana, California. I'm going to say that state name just one more time because it's for the Tri-Smart California 500. Champagne all lined in 2 by 2. As we get ready to roll. If I'm not mistaken, Joseph Armstrong has never won a duel in our Night in America. Tonight he has a shot to get his first. Kevin Champagne on the outside will be lined up 2 by 2. He's there in his Ford. And he'll be slotted in with James Thurston, another fellow Ford driver on the outside. You got what looks to be the 9 machine, Dana Mosteller on the inside, restarting 3rd as we get ready to ride. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, 300 likes on the stream. You know, we'll confirm it. We'll go Formula 1 racing for round 5, and you get to choose the track. They're all in the United States, though. That's where we're keeping it. Armstrong, Champagne, Mosteller, Thurston, and others have lined it up 2 by 2. So many are getting ready for us to drop the green flag in the main event. Just a 50-lap feature. Right after this, a new damage model on full display for all the races here tonight. It's shown to help the racing product. And we get ready to see who those final 20 drivers are to make the show. Overtime in Duel 2. Sanders, P6. Shamela, P10. Mills, P15. And Duffy back there in 17th, 18th. Rolling his way through. Thurston in 3rd, Champagne at the bottom. Now they're going to line up 2 by 2. Kevin Champagne goes top of the board. He lines up there with Thurston. It's Armstrong on the outside with Sean Conklin. And what's the move by Demos? It all comes down to this. Salamanca, 1 to go in Duel 2. Not worry about this top 2 getting that far out in front. Here comes Mosteller. Here comes Armstrong ripping that second lane. Lined up with Conklin. Lined up with Lewis. Sparks flying off the rear. 3 wide in the back. Gotta watch out. See Devins Baker just got hung out to dry. Hugh into 4, top 3, pulling away. How much mirror driving do you do of your Champagne? Does Thurston make the move on the final lap? Looks off 4, to the outside goes the 94, to the inside goes Thurston. Drag race to the start finish line. Kevin Champagne victorious in Duel 2. Barrel rolling goes the 4 machine. Miles, Matheson, Duffy, and others will make the show, ladies and gentlemen. And that right there is how it will end. Time to go green from Daytona. And we will get the 1 to go this time by. So many great viewers down the chat below. So many excited for the next eTicket event. So many excited for what's to come. And now we got 40 of NR's best that are going to be lining up 2 by 2. And your starting positions will be on the top of your screen. No surprise here, Jackson Carr, top of the board. Kevin Champagne, that's a stout top 2. Thurston Page, back to row number 2. As we get ready to go green. Conklin, Schmidt, Champagne, you hear this melody in the background? We're testing the audio because we plan on having this be the theme song possibly of the California 500. You have to make sure it's not copyrighted. As everyone knows, I do not own any of the songs that you'll hear in the background of this stream. Ladies and gentlemen, rolling off just one more time. Let's get loud and say those magical words. God, speed, drivers, you are go for throttle up. Wilkerson, Gibson lining up 2 by 2 as the 40 drivers line up and get ready to take this green flag. Kevin Champagne electing to start from the rear. Thurston, Wilkerson, Mosteller, Gibson, Hughes, Schmidt, Armstrong, Conklin, Champagne, Donahue, Lewis, Stroll, and so many others. Get ready to take this green flag. Time to get it going. Time to get started right here, right now. It's a 50-lap feature where 1 will win and 39 will end up not going to victory lane. Chevy on Ford. Toyota sprinkled throughout the field. Let the lights shine bright on a Friday night as we get ready to pull the pace car to your left. And we rock and roll. Sparks flying, time to go green as we light the fuse from the world's center of racing. Thurston on the outside. First one out through the gears, lined up with the 9 machine of Mosteller. They get 3 locked in right here. They should get that drive off the outside lane. But right now it's all Jackson Carr leading that field back to turn 3. Gibson on the bottom. 2 by 2, James Thurston on the outside lane has a nice buddy in line. That's the 9 machine of Mosteller. Thurston rockets wide off turn 4, and he'll have enough momentum to lead lap number 1. Oh, they just left Hugh out to dry, and already 3 wide, you see it. Armstrong swaying. Top, bottom, middle, Braden Movick making his way through. Riding on board with Davis Lewis. And he's going to be locked in here with James Gibson. They're going to be all 2 by 2. Once again, you see Thurston. Nice shot in the back up from the 9. Armstrong, Conklin. Gibson on the outside. Now has Braden Movick. Has Justin Champagne. 4 wide squeeze. That's how they roll. Coming off turn 4. It won't work. The caution will wave. And we just saw what looked to be a big crash from the stream as well. I've never seen anything like that before. And that is so weird. I wonder what's going on with the systems here tonight. Not sure if it's on iRacing, not sure if it's on myself. But you just saw a huge glitch in the matrix for us to go ahead and bring the caution out for the first time. And you knew 4 wide wasn't going to work. But we're back and we're ready to go out of here. The caution has waved now for the first time. And we'll go take a peek to see what all went down. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that in a long time. Not sure if it's iRacing service or what. But they're calling it right now. They're going 210 into turn 1. We'll watch back on this one more. And so once again, apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, that was very much out of our control. It very much has to do, I believe, with the system. I want to say this. I don't want to throw the system under the bus, just in case it is not fully it, but for the most part, you can see it right here, 4 wide stack up. Not a lot of places to run. And Champagne just hooked that 63 into the outside wall. That's where the blinking came from. Obviously, that's a replay of the blinking that you see. But the caution is very much out, and we'll very much have a restart to get this thing back underway. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. I talked to you guys obviously beforehand. We had a little bit of an issue with the stream before we went live. There's something wrong with the audio, and we believe we have fixed the audio, but we don't know what else we've done under the hood that possibly have made things a little bit off ease. No matter what, pit road is wide open, and we'll get ready to try it again. 45 laps to go in this race when they come across the line next time by. Mosteller is in, James Thurston is in, and we'll get ready to spark it all again. And also, it's a fast-moving system. Got to keep that in mind. There's Jackson Carr, Jacob Wilkerson. And we're very thankful that everyone believes the audio is right where it needs to be, which is very thankful because for the audio issues we had, it looked like it was going to be DEFCON 1. And it quickly had the big turnover. So we are hearing from drivers that they're hitting speeds over 210. With these overlays that I do have, we're able to show data on how fast drivers are going. Right now, Davis Lewis just under, now over 100 miles per hour, maybe a buck and some change. And we'll see if that rumor is true. And if they are hitting 210s because of the new update that iRacing has added in. 210, massive spoiler. We already saw a couple cars, or one car tonight, go up and over. Won't be surprised if we see more of it. But we'll be ready to try this again. Shamela, Yusa, Swearge, and McCart, Fast 4. To all the viewers that have come on in, I say hello. I say welcome and very thankful for having you guys enjoying this night of action as we get ready to take the green flag. So it's Marty Shamela that leads. James Yusa back in second. McCart, Jackson Carr, Wilkerson, Lucas, Lewis, Contreras, Joseph Armstrong. All gearing up to try this once again. I want to say thank you to this beautiful crowd we have watching back at home. I've been reading the live chat every little chance I could. And let's say hello to some viewers down in chat below. Ants, how about Eric W., David Bell, coming on in. I got to ask the members, the viewers, the moderators, who's excited for the Drive Smart California 500? I very much am. It's going to be an outstanding night. Time to get it, the one to go. So McCart will swing to the outside. He'll be lined up 2 by 2. It'll be Wilkerson, Carr, and Shamela. Time to go green. Brake Miller, Matheson, lined up, ready to go racing. So it's already been a one heck of a week. If you're an NR Night in America viewer, you've had a lot to look forward to. You've had a lot of fun to watch out for. An eTicket event coming in, showcasing the new damage model. If you want to know what the schedule is, it is linked to the top of the screen. And if you want to stay up to date on everything NR Night, join that Discord server. As we continue to invite and say hello to brand new viewers. And we'll get ready to go green flag racing. 2.5, nearly 2.6 thousand Discord members. It's all thanks to you all that have been watching on and hanging out with us. Shamela McCart, Wilkerson and Carr. Line up as we get ready to retake the green flag. 2 by 2, back to the line, back underway from Florida. McCart to the outside. Two by 2, Joseph Armstrong, a Toyota buddy in line. He's struggling to hold on to that car. He's going to jump all the way back. Matt Skipper, was that him? Pushing, shoving, some drivers trying to hold on to their machine. Duffy on the outside, Lewis. Lined up with Donahue, lined up with Sanders. Lap 7 going on lap 8 of 50. It's all Jacob Wilkerson leading to the line. Wilkerson's so fun to watch, so fun to hang around with. PBR's best, back to 1 and 2. Carr in tow, lined up. And it's just the Petty boys that have gone ahead and taken full swing for the World Center. Gibson in the mix on the outside. Lined up with Armstrong. Most machines now single file on the outside lane. Movick through the middle with Max Swearingen. Leapfrogs the 50. It's going to be tough to beat these PBR boys here tonight. Zach Todger's always done a great job at picking the drivers he likes to get it done on a super speedway basis. Top 2 will be in the Drive Smart California 500. And oh boy, are they excited. Jacob Wilkerson driving the Pizza Rolls 43. How about Joseph Armstrong? Shot around the outside with Jacob Wilkerson. No, with James Gibson. Gibson shoots the 20 to the lead. 202. 3 wide. Joe on the outside gets back in line. Now they were well over 200. But the speeds are what worry as we stay green. Thurquist, little incident in the back. Gets it back in tow. Tandem drafting is back in NR. Now, we've seen speeds over 205 with this car. We've never seen it this quick before. Look at Wilkerson, lined up with him. Full in the gas on the bottom, 200, 1, 2. Oh, but he's breathing out of that throttle. He's trying to make sure he doesn't run in the back of anyone. They're saying they're topping out at 210. That's if you don't brake at all. All chasing Joseph Armstrong. Max Swearigan on the outside lane now. Has it lined in with Sean Conklin. Contreras, Colbreth, and Gibson. Gibson downstairs with Mubik. Now they leave the inside lane. Everyone chases the 20 back to 1 and 2. They gotta be cognizant. They gotta watch out for things to go amiss. Colbreth, that 88 machine, you see him in view. Contreras swiping the bow of the 50 machine. Now he leads at Daytona on the outside. You got still 40 laps to go. You got 40 laps to get it done. These drivers are swapping spots left and right and not really waiting for anyone as they work their way back down off turn number 4. A lot of racing still left to go, but they're dueling it out like it's the last lap. 3 wide in the rear. Tobias Matheson nearly put Gibson around, but they hold on to it. Swearigan, Contreras. Wilkerson in third. And look at Joseph Armstrong right to the middle. Down the bottom, lined up with Wilkerson. Swearigan on the outside, lined up with Carr. All chasing Aladam Contreras. The Dominican driver. Down off turn 4, he will bring the Toyota to the line to lead this lap. Lap 13 out of 50. Mubik's back there in 5th. Lined up with Gibson. Gibson really going to be boxed in. And he's lined up with Lewis. A lot of shuffling, moving parts quick because Braden Mubik had a big swipe off the rear. That's scary. That's what you don't want to see at all if you're a driver. Top 3, top 4 machines lined up. Joseph Armstrong on the outside, lined up with Max Swearigan. Aladam Contreras on the bottom, lined up with Wilkerson. All chasing back down off turn number 4 and back to the start-finish line. Armstrong leads lap 14 out of 50. You see Justin Champagne rejoining us after his incident early in the race. 2 by 2. Duffy looking way to the outside on Donahue. And Duffy didn't make too many friends in his duel. A lot of drivers, and I believe some of you are saying, whoa, what is up with this guy? Couldn't hold his line, way too erratic. And now he's got it, for the most part, I guess now calmed down to a T. But if he continues to make enemies in NR, it's going to be tough for him to win outright. To the outside, Mubik now lines up with that 88 machine. That's still Fireball Colbreth, who's making one heck of a drive here tonight. And Tobias Matheson is now working his way up to 6. Bullet Train on the outside. Colbreth on the bottom. Lined up with Gibson. Armstrong. A shot in the rear from Swearigan. Lewis to the bottom. Right in the back end of Joe. And Mubik's lined in as well. You can see Matheson just gaining that ground. Bright red rims on that 2 machine. Boy, is that glowing under the lights as he actually had a blink out. To the line they go. Lewis to the outside, out of the pocket. Chevy on Chevy. Davis Lewis steals the lap at the line and will drive away from Joseph Armstrong, who goes sideways right to the inside. Single car slide. The caution's going to wave. And we got to figure out what that issue is, because it is not helping at all. Caution is out on the speedway. curious to see what that is. I worry if it's me having to update the graphics, and if that's the case, I can't do it to the end of the stream. But that is twice now we have had that blinking in and out motion. So we're going to put performance mode on and hope for the best, but nonetheless, the caution will wave right away after Joseph Armstrong goes for a big slide. Davis Lewis will be your race leader. Braden Movick will be second. And we will try this again. Let's go see what happened. I just cut the nose off Matheson. And that's where things really went amiss. Then you saw the big blinky, and actually Chad Thornquist involved that incident as well on the outside lane. Tobias Matheson, Joseph Armstrong involved in that incident. And I just don't think Matheson was ready for what was going on that outside. Well, the caution will wave, and pit road will swing right open. That's going to be Lewis, Movick, Colbert, and Conklin coming down in. Checking the graphics, checking everything to make sure we continue with the race in action that we really hope to see. And you continue to see this, and I really worry what that is, what's sparking that issue. Pit road's open. Donahue, Yusa, Jackson Carr all down and in. And we do look good for the most part on that side. Well, the caution will not come out. No, let me phrase that. The caution is out. We're going to get ready for the restart. Brian Donahue, James Yusa, Jacob Wilkerson, Braden Movick, all lined up, and we will get ready for a restart. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an opportunity here actually to reset the graphics. So if you would give us just one moment for us to go ahead and make sure we have everything in tow. Obviously, there was no issues in Duel 1. It really only started and worked our way to Duel 2, and I wonder if it is also the graphics that are affecting that. Nonetheless, we do have about 30 laps to get it right, and we plan on getting it right, as we are very grateful for everyone that's tuned on in. We do use different overlays for eTicket events and for NR Night in America, so got to keep that in mind. Some things don't boil over the same as others. We look to get this started. NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. Things have smoothened out. You hear me stumbling over my words as I'm trying to do about 100 things at once and get you back in the watching mood here. Donahue, Yusa, Wilkerson, and Movick are all lined up, and we'll get ready for that restart. NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. There's Braden Movick. He's lined up. He's ready to go green, and we will get the one to go this time by. We have reset the graphics. We are ready to go green. We're excited to have you all with us. So you know what we should do? Let the whole world know it's the one to go. A great race nonetheless. Let's be honest, we expect nothing less. We will have 31 laps to go in race 1. Jump around just once more. Get loud just once more. The one to go. Donahue, Wilkerson, top two. Chevy on Ford. Chevy on Chevy for row 2. Now we got to ask you, the viewers down the chat below, who do you think will win? I'm looking at this, I'm thinking to myself, hey, these are guys I can trust up front. These are guys that I think will have a really good opportunity at going to victory lane. So where do we look for an opportunity for the guys outside this top three, maybe outside that top four? Pace car makes that hard left onto pit road, and we get ready to line them up just one more time. Gibson on the outside, lined up there with Lewis. Mostly 2x2, they're 3 wide looking in the rear. Lovick's just playing it calm right now on that bottom side, don't need to get restless. Max Swearigan moving around, Lane Sanders starting that shuffle. Lucas, Thornquist, Conklin, and Usa all chasing Jacob Wilkerson as they'll get the 30 to go this time by. James D. Gibson has not won an NR what feels like forever. He sits in second. And just shoving Wilkerson back to 1 and 2. A lot of pushing, a lot of shuffling. There's Davis Lewis. Shove in the back, Sanders to the outside. In the back, there of Gibson. Jackson Carr's able to save it. Not worry about Shamela, these gyros in the rear. Pushing, shuffling. No one spun out, we stay green. Wilkerson on the outside, Sanders on the bottom. Mubik lined up top side, 2x2. He's pushing and shoving, doing everything he can to get this in position. Gibson lined up now with Jackson Carr. So they've shuffled out, no one wrecked, but they have definitely lost the main pack. There's Zura Page, there's Zachary Jewell. A lot of these guys just looking for that opportunity. Wilkerson, Mubik, Colbreth, Jackson Carr, the fast four. And Colbreth usually doesn't run up front and NR. This is exactly what he wants to see. Exactly the position he wants to be in. Not a lot of machines up there just doing it out. Just wanting to take this opportunity for how it is. Swearigan and Lucas. Sanders. Lined up nose to tail. Lewis on the bottom. We'll get a shot in the rear by the 01. 24 out of 50. Kevin Champagne at the bottom. Justin Champagne at the bottom. This is now this main pack. There's not a lot of guys up here. This is mostly the top 20. Gibson to the inside. Lined up with Mose. Mosteller to the outside. Lined up with Conklin. Two big groups. Braden Mubik to the lead on the bottom. He's able to make it work. Carr in the outside wall. Holds on to it. Max Swearigan shuffling about. Mosteller on the flat, trying to make up time. He might be a lot down. You got to keep that in mind. I don't see him on the left side of my screen. Braden Mubik, Jacob Wilkerson, Jackson Carr, and Lucas That's your fast forward. Garrett Lucas has never won a race in NR Night in America. That could easily change here tonight. Oh, Gibson into the side of the 11. That was hard. There's Demos in 13th. Not a lap down, very much in tow. And the big thing is this race could go green all the way through. With that incident, I guess you could say back there, it has shuffled these guys up so much. Now you're forced to single file. This is the main group. That's the second group way, way back there. And they're just lined up trying to make up time. And it's going to be tough to do it with 25 to go. You got Mummick leading it. Wilkerson's in second. If I'm the guys in this main group, you know what I'm saying? Do not crash no matter what you do. Just make sure you don't bring that caution out. Because if you do, instead of having 20 guys going for the win, we're going to have 36 guys, because 4 are already out of the race, going for this win. So you got to be smart here. You got to be consistent. What are the better odds of you going to victory lane? Allow Moriarty and company 18th on back, close it on in. Or maybe just allowing these guys that have been sitting up front have the opportunity that's at hand. Let's rephrase that. Moriarty has arrived on the scene. James Thurston has as well. So it's the guys outside the top 23. That's 24th on back. It's better if you just ride it out. And that's where things get interesting, because riding it out will be the difference, most likely, from winning and not getting anything done. We continue to watch on, working with 24 to go. Mummick to the bottom on Schmidt. Gets a massive shove in the rear. Gotta be cognizant here, gotta be consistent. Wilkerson on the outside, lined up with Jackson Carr. Oh, there they go. Shamela and company involved. That's going to be James Gibson to the inside, and that's the caution nobody wanted to see. And the good news is we fixed the blinking. Yeah, that's the best news about that. So the blinking got fixed. But for Jacob Wilkerson and Braden Mummick, they say, oh, that's a caution I didn't want to see. And we will try this again. Well, let's go see what happened. It obviously started with the James Gibson machine. Oh, got right into that 11, and Kevin Champagne goes right into the outside wall. Max Swearigan, a hit on the nose. Kirk Mills going for a slide. I've realized something. They added the old smoke effect. Am I the only one that saw that? I don't believe that's the new smoke particles that we've had for quite a while now. Let's watch it again. When this wreck happened in the trial, you can see Gibson. I'm not sure if he went up or who went down. We're going to see right here. Gibson holding his line. No, that was very much on that 11 machine that was very much also involved in the wreck. And you can see why James Gibson was not happy. I believe that is Isaac Hart in the FedEx Toyota Camry, and it very much was just right up into the outside wall. And all these other machines behind him are thinking, hey, we got to slow down Kirk Mills. I'm worried about some of these guys flying on through. And the caution will wave once again. So 21 laps to go. Lorraine Rose dropping the VIP pass, saying, not gonna lie, I think it's too early to already be making moves and just causing problems for themselves like wrecks. Keep that in mind. That's something that you saw back there that was very interesting. Versus the top 4, top 6. When the top 4 and the top 6 are up there, they definitely saw the writing on the wall, right? They're like, hey, this is our best opportunity. Let's not wreck. Let's calm it down, right? But sometimes incidents happen really without warning. And that's where we saw the big problem towards the back half of the field. And now with 21 laps to go, you got to start questioning and asking, Okay, now will there be another time where we get a calm moment? Because there's only one thing that's worth racing at NR night, and that's winning. And it's such a big prize that these drivers want to go out there every single lap and race like it's the last lap. Now, respect, etiquette says don't do that. Take your time. You're going to see that in the eTicket. You're going to see guys backing it up, taking their time, running different lanes, trying to figure out where the grip level is, how their car's handling. But on a Friday night, super speedway, with 21 laps to go, when things get gridlocked like that, people get desperate. They get nervous because all of a sudden they start thinking, oh, I hope there's not a wreck that is brewing in front of me and I'm involved, and it was really none of my business to be involved in it to begin with. And then all of a sudden they get restless. And when they get restless, others try the same thing. It's almost just like a monkey see, monkey do type situation. So next thing you know, it goes from one driver getting aggressive to 2 to 4 to 7 to 9. Then all of a sudden, half the pack is just swaying and shuffling around. And all of a sudden, you get a caution like that. So keep that in mind. I don't think Gibson obviously was getting aggressive. That was just the 11 machine coming off the outside wall and getting into him. But now with 20 laps to go and us restarting with 19, oh, you can guarantee someone is going to get desperate. Let's get ready to try this again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the one to go at Daytona. Braden Lovick. Lined up 2x2, Devins Baker, Avery McCart, Lane Sanders, William Schmidt. After this, ladies and gentlemen, we head to Indiana for round number 2. Colbreth lined up in 4th on the outside, Devins Baker. One of the drivers in that line. There's Brinkmeyer. Benjamin Francis. That's Miles, should we say. Benjamin Miles. Lined up 2x2. And with 19 laps to go in this race, someone is gonna find victory lane. We asked the chat, who did you think was gonna go to victory? I said Jackson Carr, Mavic, and Wilkerson. Those top 3 still have not really left the top 8 bubble, and they're lined up and ready to go racing. Pace car will make that hard left onto pit road. Just 19 laps of racing left. Is it gonna be a win for the Penny Boys? Does McVice go to victory lane from Florida? 19 to do it in Daytona. Jackson Carr shoving that 42. Wilkerson's got to be smart right here. He's got to be consistent. He's going to make to the move to the outside. He's going to have to do it quickly. He's got Francis right with him. Benjamin Francis lined up bullet train style. So is everyone up inside the top 8. Back from McCart. There's Sanders now. Lined up with Schmidt, with Armstrong, Lewis, and company. Now looking on either end of those machines. Mavic goes top. Lined up with Carr. 18 to go for the World Center of Racing. He's got Kevin Champagne right in front of him. He's going to use that drop to the advantage to swipe to the bottom. Jackson Carr not leaving that 42. And he's going to be his best friend until that checkered flag is waving at that start-finish line. Then he's going to be just the common enemy between those two Chevrolets. Brinkmeyer coming out of line. Drops to the bottom. Bullet train on the outside, Wilkerson. 3rd, Coburn. 4th, Joseph Armstrong has arrived on the scene. He sits at 5th, Devins Baker. goes for a slide. He saves it and does. And puts it into the outside wall. No other machines on the way. We stay green with 17 to go. Watching on with Colbert. Oh, quick blink out of those machines. Lewis in 6, and it was for an incident in the rear. Caution's gonna wave. We didn't see it, but they got some of them. There's Gibson. There's Thurston, Connor Murphy, Mason Moriarty. And we thought we fixed the blinking issue. Looks like we did not. And we're continuing to look around to see if we can completely fix it here over the World Center of Racing. I know we just went and saw me just for the time being. And you know what? We're going to go back to me just for a moment because I know exactly now what the deal is. And we're grateful for everyone that has tuned on in and have been hanging out with us. I believe the brightness was just a little bit too bright in the sim. And we should, for now, the most part, have it all fixed out. So the caution is out at Daytona. And yes, it was too bright in the sim, and we're going to go ahead and fix that out. We had some of the lighting settings ready for the next event that we're testing out. We wanted to see maybe if it could work at Daytona. Well, it did. For a moment, it did, but we continue to have these issues, and we're going to continue to look forward to getting those fixed, including before we go to Indianapolis. Indy is next. Jackson Carr in second. Jacob Wilkerson in third. Colbert, Sanders, Lewis, Conklin, all lined up in the top 7. Mosteller back there in 8th. And we will get ready to get the one to go shortly, but pit road is going to be wide open. Francis is in. Mavic, Carr, Wilkerson, Colbreth, all ready to go green. Armstrong, Mosteller, Lewis, and Sanders. Kind of mostly lined up. There's Kevin Champagne going back to the outside. Lined up. Josh Kenyon. As we get ready to try it again. Yeah, so the lights were way too bright here. Now, they're going to be very bright for the Auto Club event. I do want to keep that one in mind. We're definitely going to be testing some more this weekend to get things ready for that event. And it's because Auto Club's lighting is very mild, should we say. It's not really something that you want to talk about. So we went in there and we realized, hey, we can play with the settings a little bit, change the lighting up. And that's exactly what we have been able to mostly do. Well, they were like, hey, let's try it at Daytona. And when things really start pushing, including with these overlays and this system that we have, it changes things up. Now, we also know when we go to the car tomorrow, we're going back to the old Fox 2013 overlay, which usually doesn't take as much of GPU, CPU. I know I'm nerding out a little bit, but usually it does not. So when we switch over to the different overlay style for race number 2, you'll see there will be no issues. We'll use that same overlay style from Homestead and use the Drive Smart California 500 lighting for Homestead. And from there, we will be able to diagnose any issues. Devins Baker just flipped Braden Mavic down off turn number 4 under caution. I don't know why the 42 went to the outside, but Baker was on his way to get his lap back, and Braden Mavic has just destroyed the entire rear end of that 42 machine. Baker's race is done, and so might be the 42. That will give Jackson Carr the lead. That will give Jacob Wilkerson now second. Where? I can't say where was he going. What was Braden Mavic doing when that just happened? Unreal. Watch back. And that's all on him. Where are you going? I have never seen anyone throw a win away so astonishing as just the 42 just did. I cannot believe that. I am speechless. Wow. What, he went up the track. And we went right on his rear end right when that happened. What was he thinking? You cannot tell me that is some of the most idiotic things I have ever seen him do. One to go. Brandon Bubbick just lost this race. Wow. Put that on not top 10. And he was up there leading this race. I just cannot believe that. I'm baffled. What was he thinking? This hands the race to Colin Wilkerson. What else do we not know? 13 to go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to go green. Well, that's one thing to wake you up. Chevy on Chevy, 13 to go from Daytona. Jackson Carr on the outside, lined up with Jacob Wilkerson, lined up with Lane Sanders. Sanders in between Moss, Stellar, Dane Light between those machines. Colbreth on the bottom of Lewis. Now that 42's lucky as the new damage model. Sanders on the outside, lined up with Mose. Carr lined up with Colbreth, Lewis and Wilkerson 2 by 2. 13, 12 laps to go this time by at Daytona. What's the game plan here? What's the motto? Joe up to 9th. Was looking in the middle, now jumps back to the outside. Jackson Carr lined up with Wilkerson. Jacob Wilkerson sitting catbird, looking for the lead. To the outside. Now got it blocked by that 44. Armstrong swipes to the bottom. Lines in with the 88. Sticks on the board this time by just 11 laps to go. These guys have all lined in back 2 by 2. Jackson Carr leads them back down. If I'm Mosteller, I'm getting excited. He just won at Daytona last year. That was a race 5 vote. This is his opportunity to defend himself for the World Center of Racing. Armstrong on the bottom. Oh, Carr hard into the outside wall. Wrecking big time in the rear. And the caution will wave. And I can say, ladies and gentlemen, with as much confidence, now we have fixed the blinking for sure, as Jackson Carr will take himself out of contention. And that's 2 drivers on the voting pylon that we can now throw out the door. Unbelievable. Let's watch back. Carr on the outside, lined up with Wilkerson. There's the first tap, and he just got hooked there by Jacob Wilkerson. It goes right at the outside wall. The petty guys involved in an incident. There's nothing to do after that. I see Avery McCart. Wilkerson just got right in the back end. Sanders came up just a tad, but wasn't enough to really show any conflict. Sparks continue to fly here from Daytona. And something tells me it's not ending. Or really anytime soon. Oh, should we say, actually, it might be ending sometime soon because we're down to 10 to go. And you can see Brinkmere will be heading to pit road as his Wrangler Chevrolet will continue to spark as he works his way to pit road. So it will be Joseph Armstrong, Jacob Wilkerson, and others, and we may have to revote because this will change up a lot with Mavic virtually out of the race and Jackson Carr packing the bags and heading north to Indiana. You look at this and say, well, who's going to win? Is it Wilkerson? Is it Armstrong? We might throw an audible in here. Is it Lane Sanders? Or is it someone else? I know every Mosteller fan is saying, how are you leaving out the 9 when he's sitting in 4th? I'm not leaving him out. I just think with how this is going, we might get an underdog win. And I believe others might agree. Lane Sanders has had the wildest reputation in NR9. Let us rephrase that. Almost as wild as Braden Mavic. They haven't had that same path, but Mavic at first was well liked when he won his first eTicket. Then became the most hated driver in NR. Then liked again. Then the most hated driver. Then suspended. Came back. Hated right away. And then hated even more after Ford. The Ford event. And then all of a sudden, when things came back together, Braden Mavic became well liked again. Things continue to change for that camp. Nothing seems to be going smoothly, but Braden Mavic is now a well-loved driver. Lane Sanders, a little bit different. Came in, a horrible reputation for his respective driving, horrible reputation for getting himself in just bad incidents on track. And then all of a sudden people start defending Lane, saying, hey, you're way too hard on Lane Sanders. Lane's our guy. You know, we like Lane. He's got to win at NR9. Keep an eye on that 01. And here he now sits in 3rd with an opportunity at his 2nd eTicket event. Let's get ready to do it again. Lights off. Top of the pace car. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the one to go. Joe, Wilkerson, Sanders, and Mavic. And what can Daniel Mosteller do back there in row 2? Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Paint the chat green. We'll send all the icons you need to go ahead and get ready. Because you are going to want to do it. It's going to be a blast, ladies and gentlemen. Just spam it. Paint the chat green as we get ready to roll. Chevy Toyota. Lined up 2x2. There's Braden Mavic. He is telling me that he has 0 performance loss. I think that's just gloating. I don't believe that's real at all. Because he got nailed in the back end. At least with this old damage model, he would have been done. But maybe with the new damage model, he's just fine. 8 laps to go. Armstrong, Wilkerson, Mosteller, Sanders. And then we go to Indianapolis after this, a car tomorrow race. A car track combo we have never done in NR. And we'll do it for the first time. This is a night as a viewer that you just say, hey, I'm just going to stay glued to my laptop, TV, phone, iWatch. Maybe you're watching this in VR. Who knows? Because it is going to be a blast. Start spamming the chat with those green icons. Pace car, hard left. On to pit road, Toyota, Chevrolet, 7 to go from Daytona. Joe on the outside, 2 incidents in the rear. Contreras, Matheson on the restart, we stay green. Most machines still working back 2x2. Shoved by the 9. With Zachary Truel there in fourth. Wanting a shot at his first win. When do you make the move if you're Moss Stiller? He's got time. He knows he can stay single file up there. He can create enough turbulent air for those drivers that are trying to make a move on the bottom to just absolutely lose any opportunity at forward momentum. If that stays the same, he can have the opportunity at going to victory lane. Still lined up on the outside. How about Max Swearengin? Lined in. How about Jacob Wilkerson? Lined in. So much to choose from. 6 to go. Comes to 5 to go this time by. Armstrong leads on that outside lane. And they're 3x3 though. River Page up the gut with Moriarty. Moriarty to the bottom. Something's gonna give. 5 to go. Max Swearengin. Ripping top. He's lined up with Truel. He's making sure that those guys don't try to get any type of move on the bottom. But Ford has arrived on the scene in the form of River Page and Mason Moriarty. Oh, James Thurston in the grass way in the back. Back on the racing surface, out of harm's way. We keep it green. 4 to go. Mavic is back on the scene. Somehow still racing. Moriarty and Page. Moriarty on the bottom. Armstrong on the outside. Moe's shot in the back there for the 50. You see these guys shuffling back there 3x3. A lot of changes, a lot of movement. 3 laps to go. They'll work this time by. Demos has not made that bold strategy move. The inside lane continues to get clogged. 3 to go. Moriarty and Page pushing and shoving. Max Swearengin lined up with Truel. Mason Moriarty turned by River Page. Lewis and company involved. The caution will wave. They're trying so hard to break through that, let's just say, third wall. And it ended up not working for others. Here's William Schmidt. You just see the sparks coming out of that 79, all banged up. William Schmidt, no doubt about it, with that left front all thrown around. Definitely the ball joint on that one is nowhere to be seen. He will be out of this race. There's Devins Baker. Mavic is up to 11th. And we will have an overtime finish here tonight. That's only the second 1 and 2 streams. I want to point that out. Last stream we had 5 races. Last overtime finish came from Daytona after Joseph Armstrong went flipping in the grass. That was a race 5. Here at race 1, we're going to go ahead and get ready to try it all again. Let's go see it under full speed. Watch the 22, watch the 24. And Moriarty comes up a little bit. Page is just following that inside line. That's exactly what he can go off of. And Davis Lewis, obviously, there's no time to react. Moriarty kept his foot in, and well, the rest is history. And you see, you just got to really feel for William Schmidt because he got pinned up against the outside wall. You can see that 79 bobbing and weaving up on the outside lane. And there was really nothing left for that 79. So the caution will wave once again. This is our attempt at an overtime finish. Armstrong, Mosteller, Swearinger, and Truel. And of course I know what a ball joint is. I call races in person. I need to know a lot about cars now. So yeah, that ball joint is gone off William Schmidt. Mosteller, Swearinger, and Truel. All lined up. A look at the storylines. Let's start in the top 10. There's Lane Sanders, one win in NR, came from Daytona with the Gen 4. How did he win it? A wreck, crossing the start-finish line to take the white, which means the race is official. And Lane Sanders was the first one to find his way through. Braden Mubbick. Is there a rear end on that car? They got a new rear end pod for that 42. He was upside down at one point during this race. He sits 9th. What a sight it would be if he can go from a flip to a win in NR. Kirk Mills. He sits there in 8th. Mr. Humble, ready to race in his first eTicket event come next week. He drives the Chevy. Chad Thornquist there in 7th. He hasn't won all year in NR, and he's won almost everything this channel has had to offer. He sits 7th. Sean Conklin, last win Long Beach with the Next Gens. He just wants to go to victory lane and continue to prove to everyone why he deserves to be a factor in these eTicket events. River Page, sideline for the Drive Smart California 500. Why is that? Reckless driving and careless maneuvers at the Monza Road Course axed him from the event. He sits 5th and is trying to reprove a reputation that he deserves to be racing with the best, including come Daytona in February. Max Swearinger sits in 4th. Originally said the USA 500 was going to be his last eTicket event. He has recently retracted that statement and is ready for more. How do you prove you're ready for a Florida eTicket? You win in the state. Right here, right now. Daniel Mosteller, the most winningest driver in NR, lines up on the outside of row 1. He won just 48 hours ago at this track with the car tomorrow. Slap a giant spoiler on it. Go to 10 into turn 1, and you have an opportunity to win. They're all chasing Joseph Armstrong, the most iconic driver in NR to drive that 20. And he's ready to bring the auto owner's Toyota to victory lane. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it just one more time. Paint the chat green as we get ready to ride. Toyota, Chevrolet, Ford, Chevrolet, row 2. 2 laps to bring her home. And we're going to have relaxed yellows on. There's a good chance this will be it. The final 2 laps of the race. How does the rest of this race roll? Crowd on their feet. This is it right here for the World Center of Racing. Overtime, a cart goes in the grass. Single car spin. Armstrong to the top. Lines up with Swearinger. Max got right in line. He knew it was time to go up there. Mosteller sits in 3rd. Truel sits in 6th. River Page has since gunned it on the bottom. He's lined up with Thornquist. Max gonna have a helping hand there in that 9. They make it back. This race is official. Spin in the back. Most machines get through. Mitchell Armstrong was in it. 2, 3 machines around. Caution will wave. We will have another attempt at an overtime finish. Well, they start second-guessing each other. We will go again. And what could have been the finish ends up being a restart. And it's going to be a quick yellow. They're not going to wait. Not going to wait whatsoever. Let's watch it again. And this is the big thing here. They're not going for the win at this moment. I don't know why they would race each other that hard, because then a caution has to come out for you. You got to stack them up again. And next thing you know, you got to go ahead and have these guys go up front and go, oh, are you kidding me? Why did we get that caution? And we're about to see exactly why. They're a single file back here. They weren't really generating much of a run. Here's Mitchell Armstrong in the 96. He was involved in it. Oh, got turned right off Wilkerson. Had it saved and very much didn't. Still had it saved, and then they started spinning. That wasn't a clean run back to the start-finish line, so another attempt will be there. And we will try this once more. And now it's debatable. Was that worthy of a caution? Was it not? You know, an NR can really go one or two ways. I've seen comments about that. It's like, what institutes a caution, right? It's how things have gone in a race. So let's go through it. In any ticket event, when we know we have a well-respected field, we see a two-car incident, including if it's on the racetrack, we're going to go ahead and pretty simple. We're going to go ahead and possibly throw the caution, right? Well-respected group, two-car incident. You know, let's throw it, restack them, and, you know, let it go. But end of the night, it really depends on the tide how we throw the cautions. If there's been a lot of cautions in a race, we'll relax the cautions. We'll relax the yellows. We'll make sure, hey, you know, three-car incidents, the same guys that continue to wreck, get them out of here. Get them out of contention. They should have that penalty. But then you look back there now from what we just saw, and that quick moment, I thought, they haven't made any mistakes tonight. Some of those guys have been involved in others incidents. Then you saw 6, 7 guys sliding, and it was like, ooh, what just happened at Wilkesboro in the last stream, or last couple of streams, when we had an incident on the backstretch? I didn't throw it. We thought, oh, they get out of the way. Some drivers didn't get out of the way, and William Schmidt still believes that costed him the win because Dale Greenwood wasn't cognizant enough to get off the racetrack. And with 6, 7 guys back there in the grass, I just didn't want to take that risk again. So we do the caution, including knowing we'll have another shot at the restart. So we look on pit road, a couple machines down and in already. We're going to put the lights back on, and we'll get the one to go next time by. So we try it again. Now it's Max Swearigan on the front row. It's Joseph Armstrong on the inside. It's Daniel Mosteller lined up 2 by 2, and you still got Wilkerson and Lewis on pit road. They're going to have an opportunity to head back out here as we'll line them up 2 by 2 and get ready for the restart. Let's try this again. Nearly 300 likes on this stream already, and we're not even done with race 1. We all said this, if we get 300 likes, race 5 automatically ends up being a Formula 1 race that you viewers get to vote. I look at the live chat, I'm cranking the numbers. We asked you all who's going to win out of the 400 watching. 153 of you have voted. 24% say Wilkerson, 24% say Armstrong, 10% say Sanders, and 42% say other. Let's start a new poll. Who is going to win? Is it Armstrong? I would say my best bet is going to be him. Is it Swaggy in the 50? Is it Demos? Or is it other? I'm guessing the Mosteller faithfuls are going to come out in full force and say, hey, it's our guy that's going to win. No doubt about it. 2 to go. I'm going to punch my ticket here. I say Joe goes to victory lane. It's going to be him or Demos. I think Demos got a big shot, but Joe is due. We haven't seen Joe go to victory lane in a while. This is his time to shine right here. He's had tunnel vision all race. He's had tunnel vision since the duels. You're working the 10 o'clock hour on the East Coast here soon. You guys start thinking to yourself, hey, this is going to be a wild, fun Friday night. Let's continue on with it as we get ready to restart this race and our night in America, feeling victories all year long. Max Swearigan, prime opportunity, now even more relaxed yellows, which means mathematically speaking, or however you want to say it, we're most likely going to see the checkered flag this time. Crowd on their feet. The tides have turned all night long. We go to Indianapolis for race 2. Just a 30-lap race. But the question is, what goes down in Daytona? Overtime number 2. Swearigan on the outside. He's lined up with Duel. Most looking back to that outside. Lined up with Swaggy. Swearigan trying to make some hay. Zachary Duel, Lane Sanders. Lane's on that outside. He's going to drop to the bottom. This is going to be the race. It's official. Salamanca, 1 to go from Daytona. Mosteller sitting in the camper position. How wide do you make it? Shamela down on the bottom. Top 7, ripping top. Back to the banking of 1 and 2. Most just has to be smart here. You can see Max Swearigan closing that gap. All over the back end of Joe. Last gas down the backstretch before heading to 3 and 4. That 20's gonna mirror drive. Crosses the bow of the 50 on the inside lane. Mosteller, the drive off the outside. The race to the checkered flag. Armstrong gets turned. River Page victorious from Daytona. And a huge wreck in the rear. And just turned into a parking lot. River Page walks into a win after Max Swearigan took the 20 for a ride. Wow. Unreal. Fireworks on and off the track. And if you enjoyed this action, feel free to subscribe and notifications on, everyone. Because next Friday, the Drive Smart 500, you, the viewers, could possibly win up to $500 in prizes. A driver's gonna walk away with $500. And all thanks to Drive Smart as River Page burns it down on the start-finish line. We'll watch back on the finish. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Next Friday, you can win NASCAR merchandise live on this stream. Up to $50 in iRacing credits. And all you got to do is make sure you're here next Friday. And we do want to say thank you to everyone that's joined the Discord server. So after River Page burned it down, let's go watch back on the finish. And let's go talk to your race winner. Race 2 from Indianapolis. Right after this with the car tomorrow. We have never done that car track combo before. This will be a first for everyone watching. What a ride we have had tonight. River Page goes to victory lane. We're going to go ahead and bring up your race winner here in just a moment. NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. What a race it was. Including with how that one ended. We'll get ready to drag him up. Page, it's a John. You got a copy.
Oh, what's up? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What happened?
Ramos.
Page, it's a John. You got a copy.
Buddy, you're silent.
I am silent. I can hear you. We all can hear you. I am silent on his end. Let's go ahead and fix that.
John, we're gonna speak or what?
Yeah, we're very much going to speak. We can very much hear him right now. Paige, do you have a copy?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, there we go. What a wild finish, my man. Walk me through it.
Well, I was trying to get Mason up there in the front when, I don't know, it was like 5 to go. I was just trying to push him. He hasn't won in 2-something years, so I was trying to get him to win, and then I turned the hell out of him instead.
It has been almost 2 years. That's right.
Yeah. And so he got back to me on that final restart there. I told him, and I said, Jim Thurston and me and you are going to go to the front. And I got to third, and he was right on my bumper, and he just kept pushing me. And then, as expected, Joe made a considerable block. Oh, that's loud as hell. He made a considerable block on that last lap there, and turned straight down and wrecked everyone behind me. But I like to dedicate this win to Passissum and Mason Moriarty and James Thurston. Without them, wouldn't be who I am today. So,
why is that? Why is that? Would you say?
Oh, I think they helped me along the way. I wouldn't be as good, like, unironically, I wouldn't be as good as I am at iRacing if it weren't for Thurston, because he's kind of an alien. But Mason just kind of carried me there. He just pushed the hell out of me. We got a big run on that last lap, and he just kept pushing me.
Well, you went to victory lane. It was awesome to see. New damage mod. Walk me through it. As you, a driver, what is your opinion on it?
I think it's great for this package because, like, on that last lap, I didn't lift when I was coming up to Swaggy's bumper. I just kind of drove through him, and it didn't do anything to my car. It didn't even stall me out too bad. I feel like with the old damage model, my front end would have been all crinkled up there, man. It would have been bad.
Well, that's very interesting to hear. Hey, man, we're excited to see what's more to come. We know you have an e-ticket possibly coming up here at Daytona in February, where the rumor mill has that it will be 80 drivers entering with 2 40-person duels. What's your opinion on duels as a driver, including if you can have the invites in, so it's the best drivers in the duels no matter what? And what's your opinion on a possible e-ticket event in Friday? You will not be racing Drive Smart for the Drive Smart California 500, but you will definitely be in the running for that one. What's your opinion?
It's exciting. I think duels takes a lot of the qualifying aspect out of it, which I used to be pretty terrible at super speedway qualifying, but I've been pretty good recently, so that wouldn't worry me. But I think the duels it makes it a lot more, driver skill based. Even though people say the super speedway racing is luck, it really isn't. There's always people up there who know.
It's about putting yourself in the right position at the right time.
Demos is always up at the front. I feel like I bet he's won the most of these, so. I think that'll definitely get the best drivers in the field, so I think that'll be exciting. I think we have a good chance. I was top 5 at the end of the NWP, just kind of got screwed by Champagne at the end, but I think that'll be exciting. I really like
that is true.
Racing, so
I like that you mentioned that. It's always usually the same guys at the super speedways winning. Very rarely now do we get different guys winning. Do you think it's because they just stay up front and other guys have this idea of, oh, I'm gonna stay in the back because I'm scared of getting wrecked?
Yeah, I think they just stay in the front. There's like, if you're in the middle of the field, then you should drop back. It's smarter. But if you're in the front, you should stay up there. I think like Demos and Joe, they were in the front basically the whole race, except for when Joe was actually, no, that was the race when he was going down the infield. He was about to kill the whole field. Tobias Madison did it for him. So I think if you're just in the front, you got the skill to hang up there, you'll have a better shot at winning for sure. But if they all wreck each other, I mean, I restarted in the 7th row, I think there. So. As long as you know how to work the package, you don't need to stay in the front, but it helps.
We're about to get ready to set this race up here in a moment. The session will be up in T-minus maybe 1 minute. Do you want to say anything to anyone back at home before we throw you to the wayside as we get ready to go green at Indianapolis?
I would like to say one thing. I think Mason already wants to talk to you if you want to drag him in, because he definitely earned a spot up here. I thought he would have had it for sure if I didn't turn him, and if Joe didn't hang a left after he got wrecked there. So I mean, he requested that you talk to him, but I don't know if he will.
I won't do it on live because I'm guessing that would be a private conversation. But
nah, I think he wants an interview. I don't know.
No.
Wow.
We'll do it later. We're right now doing just the winner right now. I didn't want to be rude or anything, but
all right. Well, I'll go break the news to him.
We'll do the winner. If he wins, though, I mean, he can win. He obviously has the skill to win. So
yeah, for sure. All right.
If he goes out there and wins, then he automatically gets an interview. You got to keep that in mind.
All right, I'll tell him. Make sure to win next time.
Didn't want to be rude, but that's exactly what we're doing right now. We're right now only doing winners. E-tickets is top 3, and then obviously everything else in between. Congratulations on the win.
I understand. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for tuning on in here at Daytona. I'm really apologetic here for how the race started. So for the ones that don't know, we have certain setups, I guess you could say, for the lighting package. And I tried the Auto Club lighting package for this event, at least for tonight, to see how it would work at Daytona. Worked well in the duels. I didn't expect it to go that way at all during the actual race. It was shocking to me, and from what we've been able to see, it most likely just works at Auto Club. So to make sure that I 1000% have no problems at Auto Club, tomorrow we're having a huge test with all the drivers for the eTicket event. We're going to do a test race, about 50 laps, and we're going to get on in there, and we're going to see exactly how the overlays work with the lighting package. It should be pretty good, as we're very excited to get that event on the road. But we are ready to do Indianapolis here for race number 2. Now, we've never done Indy with this car track combo before. You got to keep that in mind. But we have tested it in the past with the old damage model. We have tested it in the past with the car tomorrow. It's sketchy, but at the same time, so is the COT. It's always been sketchy. It's always been fun to watch as well. In some cases, it's been a driver's worst nightmare. But for a viewer, it's been very interesting to go ahead and take a look at. We're closing in already on the 300 likes, so I'm very grateful and thankful for that as we get ready to race just once more. Indianapolis Motor Speedway will hold sight for race number 2 in our night in America. Fueling victories all year long. Our second stream of the week and our final stream of the week will be back next Tuesday for the ones that were wondering what was next on the calendar. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see how it all shapes up. We're making sure everything is good, lined up here before we drop the green flag. And our night in America, fueling victories all year long. We'll get the green white checkers all the way back up. Do you guys want the Fox 2013 overlays for this Indy race? I know obviously it wasn't Fox 2013 for that era. They didn't have a board. They had ESPN overlays. I could actually show off the ESPN overlays now, but I am not going to do that because there's still a lot of things we have to do with it. But that is something that we are keeping in mind definitely for the future, because now we have TNT and ESPN, right? We have those overlays lined in. But it's going to be a lot of fun when we get ready to drop the hammer here from Indianapolis. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. Session is up. Password is IDK as we get ready to rock and roll just once more. And the session is up. We get ready to go at it. Time to get it rolling. So everything is up. Everything is ready to go. And we are ready to do it. So I'm thinking maybe Fox. We'll probably do the Fox overlays. Everyone's saying the Fox overlays. I will say this thing. We are getting ready to work that tower out of Benner Night for 2024. We're going to get the Fox 2023 overlays on for the 2024 NR season. So, and the main reason why is because the overlay we have right now with SDK, it takes a lot of, I believe, CPU because it's ran on a big server. And it hurts the performance of the stream, it hurts the performance of multiple things, and we now use ATVO, and ATVO has worked really well. And I'm not disrespecting SDK. SDK has been fantastic for us. We have done a great job with it, A lot of viewers have loved it, but it is time, in my opinion, to get ready to get that out and work our ATVO stuff in for the next season. Yeah, so SDK. Another thing is, like, the blinking part, I'm really kind of embarrassed about it personally because I didn't want that to happen at all. When the blinking stuff happens, like, oh no, what's the problem, you know? And it was multiple things lined in from what I was able to find, which is very unfortunate. You don't want it to be multiple things going wrong, and luckily we were able to catch it. We were able to find all those problems, and half the problem was the fact that SDK runs on a certain system, and it's very push heavy when it comes down to overlays. So we're ready to go. Session is up. Passwords IDK. Drivers have now loaded on in as we get ready to race Indianapolis for round number 2. Now we're going to go Fox overlays just because the ESPN overlays aren't fully done just yet. We don't have the ticker done, but we don't have everything else ready to roll. Actually, let's rephrase that. I could use ESPN right now. Who wants to see the ESPN overlays? I need to see it in the chat. How many of you guys want it? You look like Ty Gibbs, just some more handsome and Hispanic. Thank you. I appreciate that. I believe that is a great compliment. Hopefully the hair is good. It was kind of all over the place earlier today, so hopefully it's in a better position. I don't know if I want to shut off because I liked when everyone saw the TNT overlays for the first time. Like, whoa, that looks so cool, and it made the eTicket a little bit more enjoyable and unique. You know what? We're going to save it. We got to save it. I got to think long term here. I just convinced myself to save the ESPN overlays until the eTicket event, just so when you tune in next Friday, right, you get everything you want. You get the most beautiful overlays, you get the most beautiful everything, and it should be cool. So we're going to save it. We're only going to save it just so next Friday you guys have that extra thing to look forward to. You don't just get an e-ticket. You just don't get the best of the best racing. You don't just go out there and get another NR, right? Because it's not just another NR, it's a stacked field. You get custom overlays, Jared and I in the booth, countdown to green, driver intros. That is an event you want to be there beforehand. And I'm excited because I know there's going to be people tailgating the Discord server before we go live. There's going to be people ready to watch the racing get underway. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's get ready to go green. 60 drivers will join us. Only 43 will take the green flag. You can hear them now thundering around the racetrack. Isaac Hart, Braden Mubbick, rolling their way around. As we get ready to go green. So we're lined up, we're ready for action. As we get ready to rock, we're actually gonna go ahead and re-upload the overlays. Let's go ahead and get some new ones in there. Those were the old Fox 2013 overlays that I got in there. We're gonna put the new ones down and in. And now we get to load it in and we're ready to go green. And they're showing some serious speed, man. They're well over 200 miles per hour. So speed is going to be there. They're going to be cranking 200. 205. I believe that's what I've seen at least as the max right here. Shafty got to 202. They're going 205, then 160 into turn 3. So it's a big dynamic shift. It's going to make for some very interesting racing. I'm kind of just holding on just for a moment until we get everything lined on in as we get ready to roll. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. Let's head trackside for race number 2. Time to go green. So qualifying is in order. There will be, once again, 60 drivers going for just those last 43 spots. as we get ready to rock and roll. Indianapolis, we've never done this kart track on before. Maybe some worry out of some drivers to see what will happen. Dominic Barbagallo arriving on the scene. Barb's ready to show that speed. Currently no time out of him. Here's JD Laird. Rolling around the track. JD, another one with a big opportunity to go ahead and really make something work. And now we know the gyro cam's always been a little goofy with the car tomorrow, but we fix it just like that. As JD Laird shows us the company with just 4 minutes left to qualify. Now they got to go right away. They have multiple laps to go out there and do something, but you don't want to sit there too long. JD on the point. Down into turn one. There's Dylan Basin. And no ESPN, but you will see ESPN next Friday. I want to point that out. We will be seeing ESPN next Friday. Dylan Basin still having those internet issues. Josh Kenyon on his way down the backstretch. John A. Smith. Top 43 make it. Everyone else goes home. Sean Conklin rolling his way around. Dane Duffy. And that 58. Thomas Graham. Grattan, should we say. James Gibson. Rolling around the track. How about this? We actually go on social media tomorrow and reveal the ESPN overlays on Twitter and Instagram. We're going to do that. We're going to show you a sneak peek on what they look like because we're going to have a big test tomorrow night. And it's going to be really cool to showcase what those overlays look like. We have a new trailer for the eTicket event dropping tomorrow afternoon on both Instagram, Twitter, and we'll put the link obviously in the Discord. If you haven't already joined our Discord, there's the link there. And as long as you're subscribed to the channel and notifications on, you won't miss a single second of the next eTicket event. The Drive Smart California 500, Jacob Quill, top of the board. And remember, last time on these big tracks, he was really quick. Look at Pocono with the Truck Series. One in Aquilium, part two. He goes to the top. He sits there. Chase Schaefer there in that 99, currently sitting in that fourth place position. He's rolling around, and oh, what a horrendous looking paint scheme as he nails that outside wall. Chad Thornquist goes 6th, and outside the top 43, that's where you start to worry. Colbert sits 47th. Cooper Glick now sits in the 47th spot. He drops back a tad. Carson Freeman sits 45th. Can Freeman get into the top 43? Oh, no change just yet. Still the 46, jumps 45. He's out. Owen Lemsack, last driver in, still needs a good run. Devins Baker doesn't hit the wall, but sways the rear end. Driving back to the start-finish line. Baker outside the top 50. Does the California kid get it done? 58, that's where they're trending in. Devins Baker, 46. And out of the race, Mason Moriarty denied an interview. Won't want to be denied a spot in this race. He now rolls his way down off turn number 4. 1 minute remaining. Does Moriarty make the show? Ford hard on the throttle. Mason to the line outside the top 60. Moriarty. No time yet, no time at all, no time at all for that machine. Still outside the top 60. They're going to be bumping, guys. 43rd, Sean Pena, knowing he has to go quick as he's still in the bump. Avery McCart goes for a slide. He's out. Connor Truman, no time for him yet. He's on the backstretch. Moriarty trying to become one of those 43 drivers ready to take the green flag. A little high there off 4. To the start-finish line, he's trending dead last. Does that change? Moriarty, 44th, out off of that Accord. The top 43 made it. And Mason will pack up the bags and head to round 3 at Atlanta. As 60 drivers attempted this race, only 43 will take the green flag. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green. It's so weird when you look at the COT, right? You say, wow, man, center of the corner, they're going 160, man. What happened to 200? And then all of a sudden you look at their exit speed of turn on the straights before entering turn 3 or turn 1, man, they're clocking 201, 205. It's going to be a very fun race. I'm excited to see how this goes. It's only a 30-lap feature and a lot to look out for. Let's get ready to go green. Dylan Basin will lead us down. Jacob Quill, Barbagallo, River Page, Mosteller, Swearigan, Alex Bell, Braden Movick, rounding out that top 8. James Thurston. We got Cheery. Cheery did not hit the track yet. There's Schaefer. There's Chad Thornquist. Chad ready for his next eTicket event. Looking for his 3rd win in an eTicket, and it's coming up quick. Are you enjoying your off season, ladies and gentlemen? Are you ready for the Drive Smart California 500? There's just so much to look forward to as a viewer on this channel. Never know what you're gonna get. YouTube Shorts being thrown on out there left and right. Live streams being thrown on out there left and right. And we'll be streaming next Tuesday, and it's going to be a blast. Another thing you gotta look out for and worry about, I will admit, the big possible issue, blowovers. They have been now a staple of this car. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go and say those magical words. God speed drivers. You are go for throttle up, the one to go anthem. Is this a 1 in a quillion race? Does River Page go back to back? So when you bring 43 stock cars with over 900 horsepower to, oh, I don't know, the most historic racetrack in the world, grandstands covering almost entirely around the track, you know things can either go really well or not so well. And with the blinking Dylan Basin, he has to get that fixed or it is an L1 penalty. Let's get ready to go green. And they're calling it right now, L1 Dylan Basin. And we're going to see if we're going to start this race. There could be a delay to the green flag if Basin doesn't get the pullover in time, or if the admins have not been let known of it. They are not going to do it. They're going to say, let's go green. It could get better. Pace car hard left onto pit road as they line up 2 by 2 to take the green flag and light the fuse from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Oh, spin early on. Movick saves it. Keeps it off all the machines, but parked up against the outside wall. Jacob Quill to the lead. They always said it was going to be sketchy, at least on the start. Dominic Barbagallo down to the inside. Now Basin's got to come in for that L1. He's got to fix that internet. That is just absolutely horrendous on that 48 machine. Closes in on Quill. Down off turn number 4, Jacob Quill will come back around to lead lap number 1. Basin in second. Barb now in third. It's all about just tiptoeing. It's about keeping that car straight. And then it's back on the power. Dylan Basin continuing to blink. He's been given an L2 penalty for the internet. That 48 will have to serve it this time by. Wow. And you're going to see him coming in this time. So Basin will give up that second position to Barbagallo. It will be Mosteller now going into third. And just like that, Alex Bell will head into fourth, all chasing Jacob Quill. What a lead for this 11 machine. And a young driver, too. You're going to see him a lot in NR. One win came from Pocono. Looking for a second one here at Indianapolis. Everyone wants to win at this track at some point. We don't do it as much as we used to. And for Quill to go out there and just start leading, an absolute daydream. But here's something he has to look out for. It's underdog season clearly, because Barbagallo has since closed the gap. Half a second to first and second as Quill smokes the tires to turn 3. 3 up, 3 down. Barb in line. All chasing Jacob Quill. Oh, a lot of shuffling going on in the rear. Now it's John A. Smith. Look at James Gibson. Gibson working his way through. That's back for the 17th position. Looks at the bottom. Oh, got into that 23. That looked to be Zachary Truel. And as Gibson continues to try to navigate through traffic, it's Chad Thornquist, the driver on the bump inside the top 10. Lot of things, lot of moving parts going on. Drivers learning this kart track combo for the first time. And in some cases it looks slow, right? We're like, dang, man, 160. I'm going to continue to say that. Sometimes you get down to 150. But they're cranking 200 miles per hour at some point. You can see Barbagallo's lost a lot of speed because Mosteller is now right on his tail as they work their way to 1. James Thurston there in 4th. To the outside, there in that 33 machine. 2011 Brickyard. This is absolutely fantastic. 25 laps to go already next time by. We made this quick because we weren't sure about tire wear. We weren't sure about strategy, how the car would perform. So he said, okay, 30 laps, let's see if it works. And so far, it's been working pretty well for Jacob Quill and the rest of the company up front. Conklin looking to the inside of Thurston. Oh, really couldn't get anything to stick. And you can hear them get right back on the gas. Oh, Mosteller going for a slide right onto pit road. Wow. He has to lower it. He's speeding. Demos, after slamming the outside wall, goes down on pit road, and he'll lose all that time. Now, they're not going to penalize him, actually. Oh, Max Swearengin. Hard and into the outside wall, up on his side, and the caution will wave. Three, four machines involved. Troll couldn't hold on to the brakes. And the slipping and sliding continues down the backstretch. And they will actually give Mosteller a penalty. It will be an L1. Originally, they thought they were going to give him the Spencer Burns treatment when he went down pit road to avoid an accident. But no, I don't think he tried to lower his speed at all. So Mosteller will be given that L1 penalty for going way too fast in the pits. So let's watch to see what happened here with Max Swearengin. There's JD, there's Max. Man, he just went hard into the outside wall. got lifted up on all fours and really just nowhere to go. Watch again. Boom. So at 24 laps to go, things really went for a miss for the Max Swearingen team. And they're already back down and in. Here's Jacob Quill and company coming in for their service. If I'm Barbagallo, I say, hey, let's get this thing fixed quick, right? Let's go ahead and figure out the problem with the car. Clearly they're sliding the rear ends way too much, really stacking it up. And for Jacob Quill, he was a man on rails, just drove away like no one else was moving. So they're down and into their stall. Chase Schaefer, he's in with the 99. James Thurston, he's now in with that 33. I think Thurston's got a big shot at winning here from Indianapolis. It used to be a crown jewel in NR9 if you can win from this racetrack. And so far it has shown to be one heck of a responsibility. James Thurston wins the race on pit road and will take the lead on the next restart. Now he's doing Indy very consistently. I'll never forget when the e-tickets had a big renaissance at the middle of 2022. We just got off an e-ticket event with the car tomorrow. We're like, where do we go next? We're like, Indianapolis has to happen. And we're like, okay, well, what do we use it for? The next thing you know, we said, hey, Indy is here and they are ready to roll. Now we've been looking at Indianapolis actually getting an e-ticket event for the 2024 season of NR Night in America. What car would you like to see for that? A car tomorrow? Would you like to see the next gen go around the Brickyard? It's all up to you all. Dominic Shafty on the bottom will have to come to pit road this time by. And Shafty not coming to pit road with rear end damage. He'll be given an L1 penalty for trying to stay out and, well, clearly trying to work track position, but with his damage and how torn up those tires are, race control is saying, hey, here is a strategy that we can guarantee won't work. Now, why do we L1 drivers for trying a strategy call like that? It's pretty simple, actually. You have to look back just to the last stream. Before that stream, about 4 or 5 times I've L5 guys saying, hey, you have to put these guys in the back because, well, you never know what the problem could be. They can spin the tires in those old, they can spin the tires and stack up guys. Next thing you know, with a car track combo like this, that's very sketchy. Everyone else is going because they want to go out there and get the best jump and get someone there on old tires. Clearly, way too old of tires. Yes, 8 laps will make a huge difference. And next thing you know, you have a big problem on your hands. Just look back to Daytona, Adam Kuhn. We originally were going to L1. And they said, no, let's keep him out there. Let's just see what he's got. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere. Oh, never mind. No, they're saying he did not take 2. Let's rephrase that. He took 2 tires and he said, I don't know. No, he did not take 2 tires. They said he did not take 2 tires. Okay, a strategy call that did not work. Puts someone back to the rear. And we avoid something like that so we can have an avoidable Daytona moment we just had in the last stream. 21 laps to go from Indianapolis. Schaefer walking Thornquist down that bottom. Braden Movick up there in lane 2 trying to get a drive. Thurston got that nice bite. James Gibson forcing it 3 wide. Chad Thornquist going for a slide. Around he goes. Up and into the outside wall. Braden Movick involved. And the caution will wave. believe that would be on James D. Gibson. Yeah, Braden Lubbock's race now for sure, at least for this one, will not end the way he wanted to. I believe that was Gibson wants the 75. They're 2x2 right here. This is a restart. You're going to have some etiquette. You can't just bonsai move it 3 wide. Oh, net code. They would have been fine if that didn't happen. Really bad net code. Watch it again. So no penalty for Gibson because, well, you can see the 75. It hit him as like he was going to make contact, but you see here Conklin around the outside, takes the air off the back spoiler of the 00, and Gibson, were they going to make contact at all, though? That's the big takeaway you have to have here. You look when the incident first started, he's smoking, but they didn't make contact till around this moment, and you could see Gibson was going to be coming up the track. You could just clearly see the 75 working up. But the way they were going to hit most likely wouldn't have turned the 00 around. Well, that makes things just a little more interesting. Caution is out. We'll have a 19 lap to go margin here. We've already seen those guys coming to pit road, it looks like, and we'll go ahead and get the one to go this time by. So it'll be Thurston Barbagallo lined up again. Back 2x2. Schaefer, Quill up inside the fast 4 as we get ready for a restart. Who's excited for the drive tomorrow? I continue to talk about this e-ticket because I am beyond excited. I can't wait till the end of this stream. Also, not saying I don't want the stream to end, because I definitely want the stream to continue going on, because I'm having a blast, and we hope you guys are also having a blast back at home. I can't wait. We're at the end of the stream. We're going to implement all the new overlays, all the new title cards, and get it ready for Tuesday. Not show it off on Tuesday, just have it there and ready to go. So come next Friday, we're well prepared. Title cards, everything is ready to go. And it's going to be an absolute blast. We can't wait to have everyone tailgate in the Discord for the event, watching live, and you, the viewers, can earn some great prizes. All you have to do is just be a subscriber of the channel and come on in. 18 laps to go. Thurston. Lunge to turn 1. Barbagallo on the outside. He's got Jose there right on his nose. Schaefer letting it ride down off turn number 2. We stay green, one spinning in the rear. 2-car incident, but way on back, we stay green. And turn 2 is going to be a problem spot all night long, including on restarts. The less restarts we have, the less problems we'll definitely see. Quill, Conklin, Barbagallo in second. Quill in the outside wall, James Gibson as well. Thurston will lead. 17 laps to go for the Brickyard. He is won at nearly every track in NR Night in America. The most winningest driver in NR Night in America as James Thurston continues his stride, working his way back through 1 and 2. Quill in third. Lined up with Schaefer. Oh man, getting a little too close down off corner exit. Conklin, Vincent Gucci, Alex Bell. And how about Bell, a driver that's not talked about a lot in NR. Up inside this top 7, really showing what he's got. And this is a tough car track combo. If you're up here in the top 7, you've got something. You really do. And oh boy, is it something to watch this race. Thurston continues his forward momentum. 16 laps to go. Oh man, misses completely on turn one. Barbagallo starts closing that gap. Conklin, Quill lined up nose to tail. Alex Bell looking out of the pocket, no change. Oh, he actually scrubbed the outside wall. Gibson watching on, looking for an opportunity. And you can tell Jacob Quill is ready to get back up there, right? He is fast, he is daring. He wants to get up there and steal this lead from this top two, but he's got to get off that outside wall. No one's going to catch Thurston unless they start racing like James Thurston. 16 to go. He's got his best buddy, and yeah, I hope you can hear the sarcasm in my voice right in front of him. Him and Braden Movick have gotten at it one too many times. And now they're lined up. Movick a lap machine. Thurston obviously there to do one thing. Pass him. Right now, all trouble in the rear, James Gibson. Around with Alex Bell. Bell parked right in the middle of the field and just gets T-boned by the 16 machine. Ross Steller involved, Connor Murphy involved. And the caution will ride again. And we talked about it. Tough car track combo, brand new damage model. We have never done this before for a lot of these guys. They may have been on the sim for 10 plus years. Well, they have never raced anything like this before. And there's the smoke. A lot of damage out of those machines. Sean Pena brings his battered and wounded machine right to pit road. So it starts with JD, I think, actually blowing up into turn one. Let's look back for Gibson and Alex Bell. Oh, that's 2 for 2 and a huge hit to the inside for that 75. Oh, really just nowhere to go. William Schmidt involved. So Gibson, the one that sparked the cause of the first incident. The main cause for the second. Should we say second main cause for the third? Max Swearinger was involved with that first one. Just gets right into him. Unfortunately, these guys didn't get the notice of what's going on. The car tomorrow is really tough to drive. You got to point that out. It is not easy to hold on to that car at all. Pit road, it's wide open. You see these guys coming down in. James Thurston ready to go ahead and head out. Possibly he's sitting there in fifth, and we've already seen here tonight. Pit road is important for making up time. We haven't seen too many passes for that top spot, so track position can be huge. Coming off and away, Barbagallo trying to win the race on pit road, will not. And he's going to be wheel with James Thurston on the next restart with 13 to go. This is race 2. We go Legacy Cup Racing from Atlanta, and you're going to see multi-groove like you've never seen it before. In round number 3, that'll be a 50-lap showdown. Race number 4 will end up being Homestead Legacy Trucks as we get ready to go green flag racing just one more time. So next time by, we will go ahead and see the one to go. But right now, we wait and watch as things continue to shuffle about. And our night in America, fueling victories all year long. This is round number 2. And a beautiful crowd we have on hand. So many of you guys ready to roll into that next chapter. James Thurston lined up with Barbagallo as we'll get lights off and just 12 laps to go. Barb to the outside. And if you're wondering who that cartoon character is on the Barbagallo 17, all the Disney fans out there, that's Jose from the Three Caballeros. They have a ride at Epcot in the Mexican Pavilion. Mexico Pavilion, should we say, proper English. And it was a show, or should we say a movie? It was a movie that released back in the 1940s. Jose was one of those characters that featured Donald Duck, Jose, and Panchito. Now, usually Barbagallo rests the Panchito character, but tonight in his Toyota, he'll be riding with Jose and hoping to get him a win. And Barbagallo looking for his first win of NR Night in America. A lot of things to look out for, a lot of things to watch as we get ready to go green just one more time. There'll be sticks on the board, 11 laps to go. Multiple machines out of the race. Thurston, Barbagallo, Schaefer, and company have lined on up 2 by 2. The thing about the COT is, since it's still that sketchy and a hard car to drive, wrecks are always imminent. Who's going to win it? Sticks on the board, 11 to go. Basin drops down to the bottom. Remember, he originally had an L2 for his blinking. Thurston leads, heading to the chute of 1 and 2. Schaefer on the bottom. Conklin watching, waiting, looking for the drive and the brace to turn 3. Barb in the back of the 33. Turned hard into the outside wall. And the caution's going to be forced to wave again. And another one bites the dust. We were ready to change camera angles right when it happened. And he got hit by Conklin. Was just pointed up and into the outside wall. Let's see it again. The car tomorrow is just sketchy. It's tough to hold on to. Even with this new car track combo, you just don't ever know what you're going to get. Someone going for his first ever win, and James Thurston once more has to sit back and wait. No, he didn't get any help. He drove it in deep, but Schaefer was right there, and man. And the Three Caballeros will not visit victory lane tonight. You can watch back. Maybe he did get help from Schaefer. No, I don't think so. No help at all. Once he made contact with Conklin, that was it. Up and into the outside wall. Caution will wave. We plan on this being a quick yellow, so we can get back racing and have them all have a big opportunity to get it back refired. So we'll get the 9 to go this time by. We'll get 8 to go for the next restart. Pit road is open. All these drivers should be able to work their way off pit road in time and head back on the racing surface. There's Braden Bubbick. He's going to be in quickly. There's Max Swearingen heading in as well. The 5. Down and into his stall. Matt Skipper. Skipper's raced a couple times in NR9. He's raced a couple eTicket events. Not that much success, but a well-known driver. As Bubbick and company will now work their way off of pit road as we get ready for the restart. They're saying waste no time right here. A single car incident doesn't take 2 laps to go ahead and clean up. Schaefer, Conklin, Quill. back there in fourth. After this, we head to Atlanta. That will be a 50-lap outing, just 25 likes away, before possibly getting that race 5, where we'll go F1 racing. Where? Well, we're not exactly sure where yet, but that's where you come in line and start voting. Is it Watkins Glen again? Is it Sonoma? Is it Daytona Road? We'll have to start asking drivers what works best with what. Is it the Homestead Road course? Maybe we try something or a track that we've never done before. What about Circuit of the Americas? Lots to look forward to on this beautiful night. Let's get ready to try it again. Towards the back end, small incidents. Not worried about it. Let's go back racing. I don't know what they're doing back there. That is now none of our business as they work their way to 1 and 2. Conklin, Quill. Quill watching on for 4th. And when it gets down to that 8 to go, guys will get restless. They'll get way too excited. More spinning back towards the rear. No caution, let them race. Quill up into the outside wall. Thurston continues to lead, 7 to go. Basin in 5th, trying to make up that ground. And he's always been quick. If he didn't have his internet issues early in the stream, it wasn't going to be that big of a deal. Here he goes, looking at the bottom on Quill. Slides it in. Quill forced around the outside. These guys have been slamming this wall. They haven't had a lot of practice, haven't had a lot of time to go ahead and figure it out. 7 coming to 6 to go. James Thurston leading them all. Basin still watch out. Look at this lunge. Look at this lunge, should we say, right to the inside of Quill. Quill to the outside, 2x2. Chase Schaefer lines up now with 2 machines side by side. Sean Conklin has time to close that gap in the Honda. 6 to go. Cars smoking on the bottom. Never mind. Out of harm's way, Mosteller. Thurston to the shoot of 3 and 4. I don't believe he's ever won here. Definitely has never won with this car track combo. What's it gonna take for Schaefer or Conklin to arrive on the scene and find a way through? Base into the bottom of Quill. And it's been a hard-fought battle between these guys. The passing we have seen tonight mostly has come down from the wrecks. Quill a crossover move. Oh, gets into the 48. Conklin, there in second. Schaefer there in third. Basin back to 4th. Quill now has company. Marty Shamela in the 39. Five to go, 4 to go this time by. And I'm going to be seeing who has what it takes to even catch Thurston now. I mean, we're looking at Conklin is making up time. It's down to a 4.50, 4.49. He's making up that time. He's making up that speed. But he isn't really getting the most out of it. You can see him smoking up those rear tires. You see him trying to make it up, at least on entry. But off exit is where he's getting burnt. And that's where Schaefer's making up the true time there in that 50 machine. Should we say the 99? On iRacing, it is the 50. Things have stretched out. 4 to go. And for the ones that are wondering, why did we not throw a caution for those incidents? Well, it's pretty obvious. Guys back there not paying attention, not understanding how the car works. A lot of them were not racing on Tuesday. They don't know how light, fragile the car tomorrow still very much is on the racing side compared to the damage model side. And, well, they're just pushing and shoving and wrecking back there. And we didn't come to see pacing. We came to see racing. The battle now for that second position. Schaefer in third, making up that time to Conklin. Basin back there in fourth. One slide way in the rear, never mind. Final 3 laps, this is how it'll end. Basin's ready to find a way around. He knows he's faster than Thurston. He needs these guys to get up out of the way. To the inside of the 99. 48, 2 Chevys going at it. Cars smoking down to the inside, 2 to go. Thurston to the shoot of 1 and 2. Conklin, Schaefer still going at it. I think Schaefer's got to let him by right here. I mean, clearly that 48 is quicker and ready to go for that lead. I don't think at all, at least in my opinion, that Chase Schaefer has any type of speed to win this race. It's really going to come down to what he has later on. But right now, with Thurston now gapping Conklin and Basin and Schaefer really not gaining at all, either Basin moves him or Schaefer lets him by, because that's what it's going to come down to, at least coming to the white flag. Topsy-turvy race. We didn't know what to expect, and we got a whole lot of eyeballs showing one thing. Salamanca, 1 to go from Indianapolis. He just double blocked him. Mason in the back end of the 99. Conklin in the wall. Going around. Mason involved. Shamela sneaks through to second. Marty Shamela will be looking for his first ever second place finish in Edo night, as James Thurston will walk his way into an Indianapolis win. Didn't have to be the fastest tonight, just needed the track position, needed to avoid all the incidents, all the controversy. But as the checkered flag flies, it's James Thurston victorious from Indy. Shamela second, Sherry third, Vincent Gucci in fourth. Third will come home 6th, where he won his second eTicket. And what will definitely not be race of the night comes to a close. That was our first time trying it. We said, hey, let's try it. We didn't know anything about Bristol heading into it last night, or the last couple of nights we streamed. And we went in there, we were like, hey, it could be something good. And, well, we got our money's worth for Bristol. Indianapolis, I'm going to be honest, we definitely did not get our money's worth there. We're going to get our money's worth for Atlanta, because that is what's next. And that's what's going to be very, very exciting, because we already tested that car track combo. We know that's going to be a race to watch. Thurston will come back to the start-finish line and do his burnouts as we get ready to talk to your race winner. Now, this was not just a race of attrition. It very much was a fun race to watch, and a Florida driver getting it done in the Hoosier State. Fun night of racing. Fun execution late. James Thurston will burn it down, and we'll go have a chat with him. And we'll figure out where he is in the Discord as we are watching do the burnouts. Atlanta right after this, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be wasting no time to get to that race. That will be the third race of the night. Thurston burning it down. We need him to join the Discord so we can go ahead and have a nice chat with him. But he's having fun. He's enjoying what he loves as he will go to victory lane. Eric W. gifting 5 memberships. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Drive Smart California 500 coming up very, very soon. And it will be an absolute blast. Thurston goes to victory lane. Now we can go ahead and have that nice little chat with him, as we'll drag him up to the chat. Thurston, it's to John. You got a copy?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Victory from Indy. It was a minefield out there. That entire run. Walk me through it.
I mean, you can say that again. That was a minefield of a race. I was just lucky to get up front as fast as I did. I mean, there was just a few moments during that race that, like, if I knew that, like, if I was back there, I would have been taken out. I mean, that was an insane race. This car, I mean, it didn't drive very well. The setup was kind of terrible, but I mean, they don't give you much to work with when they don't give you subs for these tracks. But I mean, the car having all this power compensated for all that. But just, I love doing these races, you know, where it's really all about car control more than just, you know, who can just, oh, you slipped the tires a little bit, oh, your tires are dead, you're not going fast anymore this run. It's like, it's actual real good driving that you have to put on in this car, and that's what we did here. And I know that fans got plenty of that new damage model to watch during this race. I don't know if we got any blowovers with it here, but I tried coming to the line to blow over, and it didn't want to do it. But that burnout, that was pretty cool. All the new smoke and all this stuff, and the car having 900 horsepower.
What is up with that new smoke? I don't know if I like it or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it would look better if it came out behind the car, but for some reason it comes out like in front of the wheels for some reason. I think if they fix that, it would look pretty cool. But like, yeah, just overall pretty fun race, and yeah, thanks to Power Smash Infinity Speed Motorsports, we've won the first 2 races of the night so far, and we're gonna go see if we can win the 3rd one with the Peter Griffin Fortnite car.
Well. Oh, there's that. Well, we didn't really do testing for this car track combo because we didn't know really what to expect. We kind of threw it in there. We're like, well, Bristol went well. Everyone liked Bristol. And we're like, maybe it'll work well here. And in some cases, early on, it looked like it could. And then you could definitely tell this was an ill-handling setup. It was an ill-handling car and clearly played such a big role in this race. My question is for you. The Brickyard's coming back next year. Are you happy about that? Are you...
Yes, I'm happy about that. Yes. No, I'm very happy about that. I mean, the road course is okay. It's his own thing, but I don't think that we should ever just completely remove the oval from any schedule. I think if there was a series that goes on the oval, it needs to stay on the oval, even if it goes to the road course as well. They both do their own thing. I don't think that we can like be against one and for the other. I think we have to go with both for, you know, each series here, unless it's like, you know, GT or something. That's different. They don't need a race on an oval. But
you think Indy needs 2 dates?
I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, it's a pretty cool facility. I just think that, I mean, there's not as much fan turnout as there could be, but, I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll just see if this track becomes more future-proof.
You have like 300,000 grandstand seats, so...
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to fill all of those, but, yeah, I mean, it's a cool racetrack. It's a cool facility, but, you know, something I noticed really early on in this race is that new dynamic track was, you know, very prevalent, and because this place used to just be wrap that bottom paint and just wrap that the whole race. I don't think I really went down there unless I really needed the car to like corner.
I have to ask you a question quick. I hate to go ahead and cut you off there. We've done Atlanta with Legacy before, correct?
We might
with the Gen 6.
I think I
had a setup or we used Charlotte, because I don't have any of my setups now for it.
Yeah, I believe I got wrecked out of that race, but yeah, I don't know.
Did we use the Charlotte setup? I think we did. Because
we might have. I don't believe that car's got an Atlanta setup.
They definitely don't, but we definitely have done it in the past, which is interesting.
I think it used to have one. I swear I can remember it having one, but they might have removed it.
Huh. That's interesting, because I could have sworn I had an Atlanta setup here at some point. And now I have to ask, did we use a Charlotte setup? So we're going to continue to look for that. I don't hate to change that.
You know, thinking about it, I forget if we used a Charlotte setup with the COT or the 2013 Cup cars, but I do remember using a Charlotte setup for one of those races.
That's what I'm thinking too. I think it was the Charlotte setup. So we'll get ready to go ahead and chat it up. Thurston Fun Win, you're a very well-loved driver in NR Night in America. You have an e-ticket event to race for. $500 goes to you. $500 goes to the fans. $500 of prizes. What's your opinion on Drive Smart coming in, helping out NR Night, helping out that e-ticket event, sponsoring it? And what is your opinion on this next e-ticket event coming out?
I mean, I think it's really cool what Drive Smart's done. They've become super invested in the iRacing community with their whole, Drive to Daytona event. Unfortunately, I didn't get picked in that. I don't think I did well enough in the races I did. But, yeah, I think that, them sponsoring your event, doing that whole thing, sponsoring a real-life Xfinity car, giving, a fan a chance to go to Daytona and win $1,000. I mean, that's just really cool. And I hope that they continue to invest in this community because it's only going to help everything get better.
It is, and we're excited. There's been great fan turnout, viewer turnout for NR Night in America recently, and the hype behind this event continues to get higher. And they did say, yes, we did use that Charlotte setup, and it worked perfectly. So we're going to go Legacy Atlanta Racing right after this. Congratulations, James Thurston. Hey, do you want to say anything to anyone back at home?
Just thanks to my mom and dad and, Power Smash Infinity Speed Motorsports again. And, yeah, hopefully my Peter Griffin Fortnite car will load this time. It didn't load at Pocono, so we're doing it for the fans next race.
It's going to be very interesting. Session just went up, my man. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was your winner of race number 2. Let's go ahead and recap it quickly. A lot of unknowns heading in that race, as previously mentioned. We didn't know what to expect. Well, we got there, and we got a lot from what we possibly should have tested for. Should have seen the new setup come in, probably change some things up. And it very much was a handful for a whole lot of these drivers. Well, the good news is we're getting ready to head to a car track comp we've done before. We have tested before. We're ready to go in and see what it's all about. So, as the lights get ready to turn off, because the sun is going to shine bright at Atlanta Motor Speedway, we say hello, thank you, and let's get ready to go green. Overlays heading on. We're going to do the tower this time for this race, and then for Homestead, when we do a 50-lap race there, we are going to go back to the top ticker. Always a lot of fun. Chad Hornets dropped down the $1 super chat. Hey, man, thank you so much for that. And I saw Eric W. give out 5 memberships. Very thankful for that. Who did he give memberships to? How about Bro Moment? How about Yee? Or Yay, should we say? Yay. Schmitty. I believe you also gave one to Basin to Max Swearage. And heck yeah, I want to point this out. I think we might have now enough members to add another icon. I'll have to go check back on how many members we have of this YouTube channel. But we're getting really close, and if that's the case, we're going to have more icons heading into the Drive Smart event. We've had a lot of brand new members this month. A lot of people loving the streams, everything in between, as we get ready to go green. So the session should have been up by now. We're going to go ahead and try to reload it once again as we get ready to go green. NR Night in America, fueling victories all year long. My name is John Thramos, the voice of NR, as we get ready to try this once more. So now the session has been bought. It is going up, and we are getting ready to go green. Let's say hello to everyone down in the chat below. Hello, Josh. Hello, Kyle. Hello, Dean. Well, everyone and anyone that's watching from around the world as we get ready to go race 3. And we will try this all again. Now, we will be working on the Drive Smart event at the conclusion of this stream. So once we get to race 5, that will be it. How about man Ethan Ecker here, Virgo22 saying, hear me out, race 6 for 400 likes. And right when I said that, he did drop that, but we can only do 5 races here tonight. And that is mainly because I have to work on the trailer at the end of the stream. I have to get all the brand new overlays, beautiful looks in. Then I got to start testing. Got to make sure everything works. And then tomorrow we're going to have a huge test. So if you do follow me on Twitter, if you follow myself on Instagram, it's at IDK Player, you can go ahead and consistently see the updates that we have during practice. We had 4 free practices. So we've had FP1, 2, 3, and 4 so far. Braden Movick has been the fastest of 2 of the free practices. He has set down the fastest lap record now twice with this car track combo. And he's doing this as other drivers are in these tests. We've had tests now with over 30 drivers out of the 52 that are registered for the e-ticket joining in. And then we're talking Wednesday night tests, Thursday night tests, Friday night tests. So many tests have come on in. And I'm looking at Movick, I'm telling myself, does he really have a shot at winning this e-ticket? And this is where you got to get into and start thinking about it, right? Because there's a lot going on. Motorsports jumping down to 5 gifted memberships and giving a membership to Thunder, Isaac, Green Cat, Jimmy, Burning, and so many others. Thank you so much, my man. Very grateful for that indeed. As we continue to get new members on this YouTube channel. We're loaded in now. Let's talk stats here. Movick has raced Saturday night. He knows how it's gone. And so has now the drivers that are going to the e-ticket for the first time. Let's talk about it. Casey Kerwin has now raced NR. He's raced. He's won. He's done well. Steven Wilson, raced, won, has done very well. And then you look at all these other guys that are going in, and you're starting to think to yourself, okay, well, Movick has won. Kerwin has won. Wilson has won. Malik Ray has won. How is it going to add up? And you start looking at the stats. Well, Frank DeAngelis didn't do bad in that last free practice. Free practice 4 did pretty well. Free practice 5 should be tomorrow night at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Then we'll have a scrimmage race just to test overlays and everything in between to make sure we don't have any static issues. And then you continue to go ahead and ask yourself, do we get that shock win? Just because there's Coke Series drivers coming into an e-ticket doesn't mean we're not going to get a shock win. Because you just never know. Does Gavin Austin have a shot? Continue to look at some of these strong guys. How about Jim Cottle? Jim Cottle is fast. Very, very fast. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be getting that race 5 with the 300 likes. We are loading in. Keep that in mind. Jim Cottle has been very quick, very consistent. I'm excited to see that Blue Deuce back with him. I'm excited to see what Carlos Truther has to offer. But if I'm being honest, I think Truther is a one-lap hero. Qualifying merchant, you could say. He's going to qualify well. I don't think he has the consistency to go out there and just straight up win. And I say that mainly because he hasn't raced enough e-tickets. Very rarely do people win an e-ticket right off the gun. Now, it's very rare to see. I think Truther's getting better. I think he is getting more consistent. With how his setup is, it's very tough to run 500 miles, having to counter steer all the time, and keeping that machine pointing in the right direction. Keep it on the 12. He's going to make the show off qualifying. He's probably up there, including on restarts, but long green flag runs, that is very much his kryptonite. Let's get ready to go green. I think Gavin Austin is going to be someone to watch out for as well. Keep that in mind. How about this? Keep this in mind for now. Another 60 drivers have joined us here tonight to race at Atlanta. The session has gone live. We are advancing it through. So we get ready to take the green flag with round number 3. I think it's going to be fun. The best part about the speeds have gotten quicker. You know, they were originally in 205. Now they're cracking 206, 207. They're a little bit quicker now through the center of the corner, which is going to make it very, very, very interesting come race day. I mean, we could honestly be talking about the greatest e-ticket event, racing-wise. I'd hate to jump the gun on that, but the tests have been fantastic. It's the best test we've had for an e-ticket. It's the best driver turnout. I wouldn't say that because we had 200 want to race, at least sign up for the event. We're only allowing 52 in. We could have definitely allowed a lot more in, but with single car queue, I thought, okay, 52 is definitely enough. We've definitely seen the most consistency, drivers trying new things. There's obviously new storylines heading into this event. This could very easily be shaping up to be the greatest e-ticket event NR has ever had. Carson Freeman rolling around the track. There's James Thurston. He talked about that Peter Griffin machine. It's there and it's rolling. So I have to ask the chat, who do you see winning that e-ticket event? You just saw the driver lineup yesterday on Instagram, on Twitter, on the community page, in the Discord. Who do you have winning and why? And I want to I might have to spark a conversation with some of you on that. Let's start debating heading in. Because knowing the drivers, understanding how the drivers race are really important, including when it comes down to a big event like the one you are about to see December 15th. Thornquist, top of the board. Carpenter, Smith, Brent Allen. Chad Thornquist, let's start with him. 2 eTicket events won. Once again, I'll continue to say it until he wins. Winless in 2023 thus far. That 00 has got life, ladies and gentlemen, for the Drive Smart event. He wasn't the fastest in Q, but he was very consistent, and that's what I like to see. Chad Thornquist has some serious life to win an eTicket event. Speaking of Malik Ray, he's joining on in us. He will be starting 7th. Daniel Mosteller, another one, has life to win the eTicket event, but he's going to have 500 miles of hard, grueling action to work with. That's a big thing, too. We've seen tests, and we've seen guys go, 30 laps, 40 laps, 50 laps. I'm fast, right? I believe Jason Tamer is one of those guys. It's quick with the 50 laps, but can you be quick past mile 300, past mile 400? About Nick Lights up to 4th. Truck Series driver Nick Lights out. I'm telling you right now, if Nick Lights would have signed up for the eTicket, he could have raced as well. Oh, no. Well, he's going to have some work to do on that 24 machine. He sits P5. Lights loves racing at our night in America. Great dude. Love to see his Truck Series campaign and his quest to one day reach the Cup Series. Well, he sits in that 5th position. Chad Thornquist there in 3rd. He's ripping it down off turn number 4. Who's racing the California 500, you may ask? Well, go on this YouTube channel, head to the community tab, and under the community tab, you can see the entire driver roster for the event, or join the Discord by clicking the link in the description that is in the live chat. We'll go on Twitter and Instagram, where you will be able to see the entire driver lineup for that event. And a beautiful, how about fan turnout, viewer turnout here tonight. Very grateful for all of the new viewers, the hardcore viewers coming on out. Lights will have another shot. He sits 6th. Rolling around this track. It is 11:15 at night. We have over 250 watching. Malik Ray says, hold on, John. Don't talk about these drivers having life. I'm going to go P3 here. And his Red Bull is now lining up on the bottom. Landon Stone will go 26. And then you see, well, who's in, who's out? Xander McKinney, 44th. Does he have life in this race to leapfrog Carson Freeman, 44th? Is it enough to go 43rd? It is not. Wayne Kennedy, 47th. A spin for him. Carlos Truther. I said he has life for the Drive Smart event. Well, he is on the outside looking in here for Atlanta, and he needs to get on his horse quick. That Ryan Newman Chevrolet is looking for that speed. 6:56. Back to the line. Does he get up? He very much does. And Carlos Truther makes the show, jumps 26, and bumps Carson Freeman. Wayne Kennedy rolling his way around. Devins Baker, 33rd. He's in. And Devins Baker's another one in the event. This is his home eTicket event. We've never had an eTicket event out west, and I started looking at the analytics, and I was like, we have a strong West Coast crowd. Where are my West Coast viewers here tonight? I know you're out there, because when I announced that we were going to do some streams at 7 Eastern, 6 Central, a lot of you absolutely let me have it in the Discord, saying, hello, I think you forgot about someone. And oh boy, we realized we made a mistake. We're like, nope, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. It's at our night in America, not at our night on the East Coast. So, very sorry about that. Well, I think they're very happy that we're back to the 8 Eastern, 7 Central time slot. And we get our first ever West Coast eTicket event in at our night in America. Auto Club, the California Speedway. But right now, it's all about what you see here. Dylan Mason will get ready to roll off from the first position. Thurston, Ray, Swearinger, and Lights in that fast 4. Or should we say Lights up inside the top 5. Chad Thornquist, Daniel Mosteller, Riker Byram, William Schmidt, Chad Thornquist. Oh, let's rephrase that. Chase Schaefer Vincent Gucci, Dominic Barbagallo, and others have lined up for 50 laps at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. I wonder if Nick Lights is in our Discord. We should dial him in. See what he's got to say. Let's go green. Driver out of Virginia. Ready to rock and roll with 43 drivers. Malik Ray, Max Swearigan, let's get ready to go green. We'll get the one to go this time by. No waiting around as the crowd rises in. Viewers coming on in and ready to watch the racing. We get ready to light it up just one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. The one to go. Does Malik Ray get his second win in NR? Oh, Dylan Basin. Feels like he was snubbed out of a win, but has recently fixed the internet issues. He is lined up and ready to go green. If this is your first time watching NR Night in America, we say hello, we say welcome, and we hope you enjoy tonight's broadcast. Feel free to subscribe, notifications on, because it is showtime. Once more from, I was gonna say Daytona. Showtime once more from Atlanta. Basin and company lines up, ready to go green. Pace car hard left on the pit road as the crowd rises to their feet and light the fuse from Atlanta. Ray on the bottom, already sparking the ground up. No surprise here, Dylan Basin right to the lead and doesn't plan on looking back. See Max Swearigan all to that outside, 3 wide. Oh, that Fusion has got it gripped up and the drive down off. The 48 will lead lap number 1. The real battle now for second. Thurston to the wayside. Thornquist and company have it all lined in. Kirk with a slide in the rear. You see Max up there in that second lane. He's been the one that's been working it the best. Shuffling up, down, and sideways. Battle for the lead. 3 drivers under a blanket. Basin to the bottom. Swearigan ripping the bottom side as well. It's Thurston ripping top. That gets that roller coaster drive down off corner exit. James Thurston, new race leader. And a lot of bombing out of that rear. Lap 4 out of 50. How about Riker Byram up to 5th? Now Whataburger Chevrolet, the driver out of Texas. Well, if you're looking for a driver to root for and you're from the Texas area, look no further than Riker Byram. Had a great piece in the USA 500, had a race-winning pace until something mechanical went wrong. And he is ready for that next eTicket. He'll be driving that 96 next week, Friday, with a Drive Smart California 500, lap 5 out of 50. Thurston continues to lead. Oh, spin on the apron. Way in the back. That might have been Wayne Kennedy. We're just guessing. Battle for the lead. Nick Lights looking 3 wide through the middle. Lights, Thurston, Basin. all going at it back to 1 and 2. What's great about this new track dynamic, you can use multiple lanes and really get a drive down off. Look at the run that 24 gets after ripping top. Nick Lights top of the board. How about that? I think Basin wants to join him. He just saw that and said, count me in. Chevy Ford, that's your top 3. And Nick Lights says adios to the drivers in the mirror. Now what do you do if you're Dylan Basin? Well, you dug it down the bottom. Lights back, ripping top. Drive down on James Thurston under fire. That's Riker Byram on the outside. Schaefer, Swearigan, all in tow, watching on. Lap 7 to lap 8 out of 50. Byram, right to the middle. Basin closing that gap to the center of the corner. And Mason's idea here is, hey, we're going to the bottom, not tear these tires up. And you got to think about it. With the old way of racing on iRacing, it was you really got to conserve those tires. That was almost a main priority for a while. But since this new update, you can really push that car and make up time. And you can tell Basin is now having to kind of like relearn how to race this car track combo. Because Lights is up there right now ripping it. And now Basin's falling back with more guys now jumping that outside lane. It may be time to go up there. And also you start thinking, hey, this is still old Atlanta. This isn't that fresh new surface, John. They still have to save. And you're right. But to what degree, you should go ahead and ask. Is it as much as it was before? Or what's the adjustment to be made? You got 40 laps to go next time by. Basin's now under fire from Thurston and Byram. Lights has never won an NR Night in America. Byron has never won an NR Night in America. And they're ready to just dogpile the Dylan Basin 48. Byram ripping top. See that 48 right at the bottom. You can hear when they get back on that gas. And it's well after turn 3. I mean, it's more towards the center of turn 4. And you think back to how old Atlanta was. At one point, Kevin Harvick was letting off by the start-finish line. How old that surface was and just changed things in the way the racing really worked. Thurston on the outside in the Fortnite Ford. Really some bottoming out there out of that 98. Just sparking up the entire rear end. Well, at Indianapolis, we couldn't go 12 laps caution-free. At Atlanta, that's exactly what we're doing here. Thurston to the outside. Schaefer just caught that outside retaining wall. 2 by 2, the battle's now for third. If Riker Byram can go up there and catch Lights, we're going to see 2 drivers dueling it out for their first win. You're going to see James Thurston still ripping that outside lane. And he's a Kevin Harvick fan. He grew up watching Atlanta knowing, hey, this is Kevin Harvick's weekend. And right now he's trying to do the 4 proud, but in the 96 machine. Byram 3 back, closing in on Lights. This will now be the battle for the lead if they can shape it out. Let's look back to the rear of this herd. Barbagallo sitting in 14th, Reeves sitting in 16th, Carlos Struther coming from 27th up to the 17th spot. Damian Vega really just tiptoeing around there in that 19th spot. Inching his way through. Eladam Contreras there in 21st. Eminem's machine on a Chevrolet. And don't think I've ever seen that one. Well, I can't say never. We haven't seen that in a long time, but definitely not in the Gen 6 era. You can definitely tell he's battling a very loose and really worrisome race car. Back towards the rear end of this field, Riker Byram has caught Nick Lights, and James Thurston has come on board. The cavalry has arrived towards your race leader. Lights, Byram, Thurston top 3, Basin back and forth. Max Swearigan rounds out the top 5. Malik Ray, Chase Schaefer, and River Page round out that top 8. They just see this conga line on that outside lane. They're loving it, mainly because they know they can use it to their advantage early and through the middle portion of this race. Now, what do you do if you're Riker Byram? It's almost a guessing game, right? You never really know when the caution is going to come out at Enter Night. Stage racing has never been a thing. So you got to wonder, okay, do we push hard now? Do we wait back? How about this? Fight for the lead. Byram in the 98. Lights in the 24. Byram slams the outside wall once, twice, maybe 3 times, allows Thurston and Basin by, and went from battling for the lead to now hoping to stay up inside the top 10. And Schmidt was in that same boat. Saw him trying to do big things. Thurston the drive down off. 14 the difference. 15 the difference. Back to the gas off turn 2. And they're just driving hand over fist, keeping that car at bay. Not trying to lose that rear end. Remember, this is a Gen 6 with that small spoiler. So it's 750 horsepower compared to a 550 package with a giant spoiler. You gotta keep that in mind with how these guys have to handle it, because that means they have to attack this racetrack differently than they would with the 2021 Gen 6 stock car. Fusion versus Chevrolet. Thurston, Lights. I don't think that 24 plans on giving up that lead anytime soon. But he's gonna have to worry. Thurston, the lunge to turn 3. Runs in front of him, Lights the switch back to the inside. Thurston leads, Lights takes it right back. And Dylan Basin has arrived on the scene, he's ready to play. Back wheel to wheel. Thurston downstairs, Lights ripping top, Basin gonna join him. 2 Chevys in the Ford. Thurston takes it back. Can the 24 get the drive down off? He cannot. James Thurston, top of the board. Basin at the bottom, wheel to wheel. And now Thurston's under pressure. That's the last thing he wanted to worry about. The look to turn 3. Basin and Lights back downstairs. James Thurston, an inch off the outside retaining wall. He'll come back around to lead this one. 30 laps to go in the race. Whoa, spin on the bottom. Once again out of harm's way. Let them ride as the Fast Four have just said goodnight to the rest of the field. Thurston on the outside, Basin on the bottom. Malik Ray in the Red Bull has joined the convoy. 29 to go this time by. Basin just wheeling it back through the quad oval. And you can still choose different lanes. That's a big thing you got to take away here. Basin going one way, Thurston going the other. Now Thurston that drive, heavy drive down off 2, can keep that 48 at bay. Schaefer and Byram swap in 6th and 7th. Byram really hoping for a caution. Lap 23 of 50. Basic's really just throwing it in there. Right back down to the bottom. Drive down off. Battle for third. Ray's got that inside lane, holding it wheel to wheel. Basin watching on from second. 13 back, 12 back, looking to the outside lane, puts sticks on the board for him. Now drives it back to the inside, wheel to wheel. Basin top, no, Basin on the bottom. Thurston ripping that outside lane. The roller coaster drive on turn 2 to continue to lock it in. And Malik Ray goes right back into third. This is the racing you love to see. This is what you expect out of NR night. Mason downstairs. Thurston on the outside. 26 laps to go. Question is, do we go caution free? Can he lock him in? Thurston hits the wall, throws the towel in. He will lose the lead. Now might be losing second. That means it's going to be Ray versus Basin. Great racing since the drop of the green flag. This might be race of the night. Malik Ray to second. Next target, that Lowe's 48. But can he catch him? And can Lights somehow find a way around the James Thurston Ford? Here's a big thing. The big dogs up front, these fast four. Third and fourth, they fought their heart out. And now they're back in the position they are. Who says Ray and Basin don't just go out there and let each other have it? Because you know if that happens, it puts Thurston and Lights back into play. It puts Max Swearinger in just a second and change outside the fast four in play. You may even be able to throw William Schmidt in there if things get really nasty. But right now for Malik Ray, he sees the 4-6 back. He realizes, well, we're not gaining as much as I'd like. And this crowd is very much on their feet. What line do I choose to close on in as it's Chevy on Chevy? Well, you got that drive there. The Thunder Machines after passing 1 and 2. The Thunder again. Ray's just letting them have it. And the tire fall off is huge. That's the big thing about this. Thurston's going back to what he thought worked originally, that outside lane. Look at him. Barely just putting that right side near the outside safer barrier. And Malik Ray is on his horse now. 4-2 back. 22 to go. Thurston hasn't really lost that gap. Max Swearinger, half a second back from the drivers now sitting third and fourth. Lights to the bottom. Oh, decides to yield back. Oh, never mind. Double guessed himself and shoots to the bottom. And you can see how this is working. Basin, 1 second he gets the momentum. Next lap, Ray gets the momentum. It's going to go back and forth because these two are just changing their lanes up. Basin now chooses that outside while Ray still goes for the conservative route right to the middle. Malik Ray has a lot of experience here on iRacing. The South Carolina driver has rolled into Atlanta with one goal: win. And all winning does he want to do. Thurston outside, that's the Florida-born driver. Nick Lights, the Virginia-born driver. You put Max Swearinger, the Missouri-born driver in this. And you get 5 drivers from 5 different states with 20 laps to go in Georgia. Ray now closes the gap. 4 now down to a 3-8. And the momentum swing is wild because you know these two are getting ready to show their cards. They have dealt what they've got. They put themselves in a big position to make something work. Wheel to wheel, Lights to the wall. And just caught it there with that right side. And a lap machine is now worked to the bottom. We haven't talked about green flag pit stops at all. We may be seeing it already out of some of these guys. This race could come down to some sort of pit strategy. If that is the case, it's going to turn everything on its head. Basin, I think, might be thinking of coming in because that was not the best set of corners for that 48 machine. And I like how this is working. Basin has already committed to the outside. Now Ray is going up there. And he knows he's going to be stronger off corner exit. If you're faster off corner exit, that's a big deal here at Atlanta. But you can just see how ill-handling that 43 gets, just a little bit off turn 2. Massive bumps up there, almost feels like a cushion in some way when you're to the center of the corner. But off exit, it kind of feels like a minefield. Gravel yard, should you say. Thurston coming in, Lights coming in as well. They're going to undercut the leaders. And the question is, did they spin? Oh, let me rephrase that. The question is, did they speed? I don't believe they did. But coming in shows the sight that the top two want to come in at some point. This will come down to a strategy race. I'd say with 11 laps to go, hey, you've got what you got. You can't pit after that moment. Basin. No look yet. Malik Ray, no look. Max Swearengin. He's there in third. Chase Schaefer. No change yet. Carlos Truther. Now you're not seeing double. That is 231 machines. Truther and Reeves. Ray is fading. And fading pretty quickly there to Dylan Basin. But does Basin strike the pit road first, or does Ray think about it? Now it's 16 laps to go. Look at the wheel. Watch his in-car. Look how much he's just fluttering this thing around. Now this is a master in his craft right here. Watch how much the wheel turns coming off corner exit. Back to the left. Shaking it, shaking it. A little counter steer. Off turn 4, he was all over the place. Definitely better down off turn 2. A little quick look back to the right, then you get on the flat. This is where it really gets tricky. Trying to even it out every chance he gets. 14 to go. Barbagalo is in the Orangeburg, Florida Chevrolet. Max Swearengin back there in third. Dylan Basin has lap machines to worry about. What's the game plan? You come to pit road? Do you stay out? I'm thinking to myself, I'm not pitting until at least maybe Malik comes to pit road. With 13 to go, I'm not thinking I'm pitting at all. 10 seconds back. Drivers struggling, holding on. Basin just floating it down off turn number 2. And you just see the speed difference between Lights and Swearengin right here. This is fresh tires. This is worn tires. A caution-free race. And with 12 laps to go on the line. Yeah, these are the provisional leaders now. You don't come to pit road. You're staying out. There's no way you make your way onto pit road from here. Lights is going to battle Thurston. He knows if these guys can't make it, that will be the fight for the win. Ray has really dropped his machine back. There's Dylan Basin. Basin in the middle. The drive down off. 11 laps to go from Atlanta. All right, what's the game plan? Caution-free race. And that's what we say all the time about Enter Night. You can have the wildest, wacky race, and then you have a caution-free race like right after it. Will be 10 to go this time. Swearengin in third. 3 seconds back, open for a miracle. Bennett Allen in that 5th position. Another one looking for a miracle. 1:49. About a second and a half back for Malik Ray. Oh, 10 laps to go. I don't know. They're not pitting for sure. Murray's not gaining that time in. I definitely know fuel is a question, a concern. But Basin is giving up all that speed on entry and just taking it right back off exit and then some more. Race 5 guaranteed here tonight. 9 to go. Max Swearengin, he's there in third. Schaefer there in fourth. Allen in fifth. Reeves in sixth. Truther has dropped back to 8th. That's the 3rd race in a row we've had 60-plus drivers attempt to qualify for. And for this one to go caution-free, it really has to turn some heads. Working 11:40 on the East Coast. 8 laps to go in the race. Can the tires hold on for Dylan Mason? Now he's not hitting that gas until he's almost off turn 2. And it's the same way with turn 4. Bray in second. There's Max Swearigan. Tire wear and a whole lot of let-off time has made a massive difference at this track. 7 to do it. Bray in second. Swearigan in third. 2-3 the difference, and it's going to take a miracle for some of these other drivers to track down the Dylan Mason machine. How about Lights? Now 23 seconds back. Him and Thurston have really made up time to at least battle back for a top 16. 6 to go. Didn't show the speed early on. Definitely showed the speed here late. Up against that outside safer bear. Malik Ray will soon be under pressure from Max Swearigan. They're not just half a second in between each other. That's the Red Bull, that's the Fusion behind. And that number 15. Smart race. He knew there was a good chance this could go caution free. No doubt about it. And with 5 laps to go, he's showing it. And that's just the strategy call he picked. Everyone picked a different call. They said, oh, let's go as hard as we can, get the track position, and we're going to get a caution. Then all of a sudden you realize 10 laps gone by, no caution. Okay, maybe we should change it up a little bit. 15 laps went by, no caution. Wow, okay. 25 laps have gone by, no caution. You're like, oh, so this is the type of race it's going to be. Coming to 4 laps to go. Basin. A 3-second advantage. Malik Ray under fire. Max is going to try to overtake him right here. Way, way, way off the gas and just gets on it now. Way to the bottom. Swaggy is going to just worry about that forward momentum. He knows if he can just carry the momentum with this Ford, he will easily pass the Chevrolet on the bottom. Wheel to wheel. Max Swearigan. Malik Ray. Battle for second. Swaggy losing the rear. To the inside. I couldn't fight him there. What about off exit? Malik Ray sliding in towards the grass. Swearigan fights on the outside and retakes second. Ray's not done just yet. Basin wanting to get to the white. Knowing these two are fighting and clawing their way for that final spot. Ray will fade. Swearigan will go to P2. And it will be all Dylan Mason working his way back to the start-finish line. Santa Blanca, 1 to go from Atlanta. The battle for second. And a battle no more. Also a battle for 6. Shamela, Reeves. Those two might have that last switch of positions before the checkered flag waves. But on an Atlanta afternoon, it all came down to that Lowe's 48. Is nostalgia ringing enough for you? Because you're about to see an iconic paint scheme go back to victory lane. Dylan Mason, victorious from Atlanta Motor Speedway. The battle for 6. Shamela will hold on. Thurston, White snaps 8th. Thurston goes 9th. Just got him at the line. Absolutely outstanding race. You couldn't have asked for anything better. Etiquette all the way through. You had a lot of wrecks at Daytona. You had a lot of wrecks at Indianapolis, and we said, hey, we need something to change, right? What's going to change? Well, Dylan Mason said, well, let's just have a great race. And a great race they had. And our night in America, fueling victories all year long. Wow. And he will burn it down on the start-finish line. What an incredible race we have had here tonight. As Basin will do his burnouts and we'll head to Homestead-Miami Speedway. Great racing, and that's why we do so many races in NR. You never know what you're going to get. And we'll go talk to your race winner as he continues to let it rip. Homestead and the trucks are after this. I wonder why NR Night in America is so much fun to watch. Well, watch race 1, watch race 2, watch race 3. 3 different races, 3 different styles, and I guarantee you had a different opinion about all 3 of those races because it's never the same thing over and over again. That's what's so fun about what we do. Basin, Nab's victory at Atlanta. We're going to go ahead and talk or speak with him shortly. Then we'll get ready to head to round 4 right after this. Basin, it's the Johnny. Got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Heck of a win, a caution-free Atlanta race. Walk me through that. You battled Lights. You battled Thurston. You battled Byram. You battled all these drivers. And you came up with a victory. How was that?
I haven't raced at all with the new over refresh stuff until tonight.
Did it drive differently?
It definitely does, but it's more towards like the later end of the race. Like the beginning of the race, you still can't go top and then destroy your tires. Like we saw that with Thurston and all of them. They fell back. But once you get 20 laps in, then it starts going, okay, the bottom's a little hot or the middle's a little hot. You move up. And that part of the track gets hot. The middle cools down. You move middle. It's more about temperature now than it is like anything else. So that's why we move around so much. You still have to worry about your tires a little bit. It's not completely gone. But
do you like it better than the previous version?
Oh yeah, it's a good step in the right direction. We're not going to have the same kind of dynamic track that we had back in 2019, 2018 until they fixed the tire model and stuff too. But it's definitely a step in the right direction. It was a lot more fun than having the grip strips.
Right, that's the big thing to go ahead and look at. Well, my man, we're glad to have you back in victory lane. Do you want to say anything to any of these viewers back on? We've had a fantastic crowd the last couple of weeks, and a lot of them are looking forward to the next eTicket. A lot of them are looking forward to win some prizes. What do you have to say to any of these viewers that have stuck around with us this late at night?
So thank you to the viewers and all my fans. I want to say thank you to SimSeats, thank you to LA South Esports, and all the guys out there. But I also want to say just real quick.
Okay.
You
Let
see
it
the
rip.
rubber on the track? Like the way next to the wall you can see the rubber kind of fade
I
off.
love that. I should have pointed that out a lot more, honestly. That should have been one of the big talking points on my end.
It's still not as big as it was back, a few years ago, but it's nice seeing that develop again because it's like a visual cue as well, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, I want to point this out. We were in the Discord earlier today. We had about 20 drivers, viewers there, and for anyone that's watching, the session is up. Password is IDK. You can join in now. I was hinting towards future e-tickets and e-tickets that I have shelved for future dates or just for future endeavors. We have mentioned Atlanta needs an e-ticket. Do you believe this track, including after the oval refresh, deserves an e-ticket event?
Oh yeah, Atlanta always deserved one. It was one of the tracks that stayed good while iRacing with the crap for a while, so I believe this is one of the tracks that just deserves, it just needs a date.
What would you say is a car track combo that deserves to be here if we do Atlanta as an e-ticket next year?
Honestly, I wish we had the Camry for these cars, but I would say this: if we built the proper setup, it'd be really fun because the Charlotte setup wasn't that bad. I mean, it had some issues. It was bottoming out a little bit, but it wasn't that bad. So I feel like if we worked on this car, it'd be great. But like I said, no Camrys. So honestly, I don't really know. Maybe the Xfinity cars. I mean, there's not really.
There's still a lot more work to do on the COT. We're well aware of that one. We're not going to stray away from that. We know the damage model is a big step in the right direction. I still think they need to probably do something with that, or we just get an elite group like we have for the Auto Club event coming up. But we could also look at Gen 4. You could possibly look at different cars. You obviously mentioned the Xfinity stock car. We have done 2 e-tickets with the Xfinity stock car. We were rumored to have a third one in January, but as of right now, it has been shelved to look forward towards Daytona. But Atlanta is definitely one we have looked out for. You're a strong driver, so I can ask these opinions from you and definitely, I feel like, get a great response. So, Basin, we love what you're able to do here. Very unfortunate you can't race Auto Club due to previous scheduled stuff that you have going on. We hope to see you in the chat, and hopefully you can go ahead and possibly win some merchandise from Drive Smart, and we hope to see you in the Daytona event come this February.
I hope so too, man. It turns out I am available for the Auto Club race. But
No way.
Way too late. I didn't want to commit to you and then back out, so I just took the safe side.
I want to point this out, my man. We do have a 20 driver side list now. I'm not joking. You want to be number 21 on it just in case someone backs out?
Sure. I mean, it doesn't hurt.
Does not hurt at all. Congratulations on this win.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the host.
That's Dylan Basin, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, that sucks. And that's the big thing. We do the signups very early so we can send it to the sponsor, get the overlays ready, get the talking points ready, right? We get all these storylines because every e-ticket has a storyline. Every e-ticket is a story. Every enter night is a story. Wow, that is... I got to fix that part of my hair, don't I? Okay. We'll fix it later. At the end of the day, we have these storylines and we're like, okay, if you can commit a month out, that is great. That's exactly what we do. And we have had so many people try to join this event, and I love it. It's not a bad thing at all. It's an amazing thing that so many want to race in this event. They want to be a part of it, and that just makes me excited, including for future e-tickets. I'm excited because Drive Smart, I believe it honestly, is getting great exposure on the iRacing side. They're going to get, in my opinion, an e-ticket event. I'm talking a top tier e-ticket event with a great car track con with great racing. Prizes will be handed out, a great crowd on hand, and our night viewers always show out and always love the e-ticket events. And I honestly think Jared and I, Tyler, Beckman, Schulte, our entire team that's working on this project have put so many hours into it that come Friday, you're going to be absolutely ecstatic to see what's about to go down. So we're excited. We've had sleepless nights getting it done. For instance, there's been times I've had to go to bed at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, wake up at 9 and start it all again, but it's for a great reason. And we're really excited to see what you guys have to offer. All we ask is that you're there 8 Eastern, 7 Central Friday night, because it's going to be awesome. This is race 4. This is another 50-lap race. This is Homestead. And then race 5, you go F1 racing. So let's ask you guys down in the chat below, what road courses would you like to see for round number 5? We just did Watkins Glen, so I guess we'd have to keep that one out. We have Road America. We have Sonoma. We could do Homestead Road Course. We could do a bunch of other tracks. So keep all of that in mind as we get ready to go green. And Homestead is one of those tracks that we'll test the lighting here to see how it looks, at least for the Auto Club event lighting, to see what it looks like. And I'm going to see what you all think about it, just to make sure there is no true issues. And we'll be ready to set off in the sunset. Another 60 driver entry list. Unreal. I would like to keep it in the United States, but I will put Monza in that list if you guys really want it. Let's go green. Time to rock and roll as we get ready to ride. The Drive Smart e-ticket coming up. We're really excited for this. And I also want to point out we're going to test the blinking situation again simply by putting the Auto Club lighting on and make sure it works with this many drivers coming on in. Let's get ready to ride. Murphy. Onto the racing surface. Mitsuguchi, James Thurston. Thurston in the Farmers Only 96 truck. Carlos Ortiz, Carlos Truther. Let me tell you guys some e-ticket events that I wouldn't say we've axed or vaulted, but I would say shelved for now, because here's some history on e-tickets. Not the Drive Smart, sorry. At the time, it was just called the California 500 back in 2021. Was supposed to be the 4th e-ticket event in NR Night in America. It was supposed to be in October. We did not have an e-ticket event in October. We went for a special night where we did Race Jam. Well, we asked Auto Club. He said, maybe it's not ready, you know? And then the time came for us to go, you know what? The drivers have been asking for an Auto Club event for quite some time now. We brought it back. So let's talk about some events that we had talked about having. How about a Gen 4 or Car Tomorrow or Gen 6 or Next Gen race? Is that my face? It very much is. Barbagala is driving a truck with my face on it. A race at Las Vegas. And we were like, oh, Las Vegas, or maybe a race at Kansas, and we got a sponsor on board. And how about like an example out there, the Drive Smart or Sunoco Rock and Roll 400 at Las Vegas, and some like, oh, that sounds more like a Nashville event. I'm like, oh, does it sound like a Nashville event? Not exactly sure, you know, but I mean, Las Vegas also has rock and roll out there. I know obviously casinos and the bright lights, but it's definitely something to keep an eye out for. Definitely in the future. Las Vegas was one. They were like, hey, man, you guys remember the SpongeBob SquarePants 400 at the Kansas Speedway? We really wish we had the legacy Toyota Camry back, because that is one we have looked at for sure coming to NR Night in America, or at least a cartoon 400 or animation 400, something along the lines of that. Drivers race real life paint schemes, but they add their own touch to it, certain characters to make it look realistic, and they would obviously sign off and approve on those paint schemes. That is one we have really looked at. Definitely one of the best ones. Obviously, Homestead originally was supposed to have an e-ticket event in 2023. That got moved for what you all know now as the USA 500. Now, we did one event at Homestead. We said, it did well. You know, it had the long-term value we were looking for. But we really want something new. You know, a track that we've never done before. And Homestead got shelved. We're going to do the 06 Ford 400. And it's still up in the air. Yeah, still very much up in the air to go back to Homestead for an e-ticket, including if you get a sponsor on board, possibly from the South Florida area. It's easy to say, Homestead-Miami Speedway is your go-to. And you're watching it right now, Homestead. A lot of fun to watch the racing here. We actually threw Richmond in there as an opportunity. Bristol as a possibility. There was one point Wilkesboro was going to have an e-ticket event, and we said, oh, let's just wait for the updated Wilkesboro track. I feel like when we get the updated look, it will look a lot better. There's Ryan Honeycutt. Oh, no number on his machine. And Ryan Honeycutt will join the drivers to be disqualified from a night by not having a number on his truck. Gotta have a number. That's been a rule for a long, long time. Now, luckily, Ryan Honeycutt will be racing in the Drive Smart California 500, no doubt about it. But he has been someone that we have really looked forward to watching race. He just won a Homestead race. Feels like just a couple weeks ago. But you need a number. And for Ryan Honeycutt, he will not be starting 13th. He'll be looking forward to F1. Let's ask you guys. Let's see what everyone has to say. So Schmidt goes top of the board as we get ready to go green. Those are the tracks I saw from what you guys all wanted to see. as we get ready to go green. Yes, you must have a number on your truck. We have it that way so we can identify you. It's easier for the viewers to identify you. And I'm going to be honest, it really started when Wyatt Tinsley raced an NR Night race, won in a postal service truck and didn't have a number on it. And I was like, that is disgusting. I mean, the car would have looked a lot better with the number, and I was just like, we got to have a number. From there on out, every single driver needed a number. They didn't, and we couldn't see it. Then that's how it went. Go ahead and vote, ladies and gentlemen. Race 5 is upon us. And next time we go streaming, it'll be Tuesday night. In reality, we'll be ready for that next big night of NR Night in America, and that will be the Drive Smart California 500. It's been a long, fun time chatting with you guys as we get ready to roll into the next race. But we're excited. We're ready to see what's next on the horizon. Lights, Mosteller, Swearingen, Basin, Schmitty. Lined up and ready to go green. Now, I just want to point something out here to Nick Lights, actually. This is for him and all the viewers watching. The last time a NASCAR sanctioned driver won an NR Night in America, that was who was it? I'm trying to think. It definitely wasn't Josh Berry. Josh Berry showed up for one NR Night, and he was doing well. It was at Nashville Super Speedway, and then it didn't work out later on. Ryan Vargas. There we go. Ryan Vargas was the last NASCAR sanctioned driver to win an NR Night. Nick Lights can take that throne right now. He sits 5th. Carpenter, Truther, Reeves, Tamer. Tamer back there in 14th. As we get ready to go green. So 43 drivers out of the 60 have requested to join. Or we'll take the green flag. Let's get ready to ride. Let's go in and say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. So the crowd will rise on their feet once again from the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Schmidt and Basin. Swearingen, Mosteller. Fast forward, lined on up. Let's go Legacy Truck Racing from South Florida and light the fuse from Homestead. Basin. The drive down off turn 2. Max is hanging tough with them. 3 wide, 4 wide in the rear. Basin already ripping top. That's William Schmidt back to the inside as they roll wheel to wheel. Max Swearingen, Daniel Mosteller watching this fight go on. Basin will lead lap number 1. Swearingen downstairs. Mosteller off the outside lane. These boys are trucking. You can see them picking a different lane wherever they go. Most on top. Swearingen on the bottom. Locks it in line. Lap 3 out of 50. Can William Schmidt find his way around Basin? And it's going to be tough. Bason's just such a fast driver. He knows exactly what he's doing at all times. Where to put that truck in position. Schmidt to the bottom. Mosteller will join him. Way to the outside. Max Swearingen just ripping top. And he got that run to work. huge drive coming down off corner exit. Oh, blink out of the 15. Wilkerson in that 43 truck right on the bottom. These boys have really kept it together. Haven't really been able to get away from each other. Swearingen Tom gets in the grip strip. Basin on the bottom. Looking for that drive off corner exit. Swearingen gets it. He will lead on lap number 5 out of 50. I just sparked up that outside wall. Lights most joining on in. How about Ben and Allen? Allen looking for a move to the inside of Mosteller. Incident in the rear, never mind, we stay green. Max on the top. Lights closing in. Mason in tow, looking for an opportunity. Caution's gonna wave. And it would be for that lap machine going absolutely haywire. That's the 98 truck, Cooper Glick. Now, that was right in front of the leader. I got a little nervous seeing that one. And he will get ready to reform on the racing surface. There's a big incident, or somewhat of an incident, back towards the rear end. We got way too nervous about what was going on. Well, let's go see what happened with Cooper Glick. Oh, man. That was a huge one in the back. Now, this is outside the top 30, it looks like. Yeah, you can see these guys were racing for somewhat of the same real estate. But if you're back here, you shouldn't be racing that hard. You know what I mean? You should be thinking, hey, let's just learn something here. You know what I mean? Maybe look for a caution. Maybe this is the back half of the field. Way back half of the field, and it actually didn't even start there. It started just a little bit further up. So it starts with that 34 truck on the outside, getting right into Aiden Walker. And oh boy, did they come together. There's really just nowhere to go. Big wreck towards the back half of the field. Caution will wave right away now. Working lap in at 50 pit road. It's wide open. Barbagallo winning the race off pit road. Joseph Miley is going to go ahead and join him in that 24 truck. Schmidt Lights will be third and fourth. Max Swearingen, Dylan Basin back there fifth and sixth. Mosteller, James Thurston, Bennett Allen, and Jacob Wilkerson will line up back in that 10th position. So for the first time in 2 races, we will have a caution. The caution was thrown so late because the admins were also watching what was going on up front, including myself, but the caution did at some point come out, and you can see the new damage model on the legacy trucks. It's interesting to see how they look here, honestly. Barbagallo, Mile, Schmidt, Lights, Fast 4, Max Swearingen, Dylan Mason will be the top 6. Mosteller and Thurston will round out that top 8. Well, Barbagallo's got some work to do. He lined up, ready for the restart, and that lap truck and very much has to go around the pace car as we get ready for the restart. So a good amount of racing left to go here from the Homestead-Miami Speedway. This is NR Night in America as we once again get ready to try it again. Time to go back green. Pace car will make that hard lap on the pit road. And we will get ready to go back green. This is what it's all about. Strategy up front, Lights and Schmidt right behind. How will this roll? Lap 10 out of 50. Oh, mile. And losing that rear end, no surprise here. You're going to need 4 tires for this restart. Drops all the way back. And he's up into the outside wall right in front of Wilkerson. Right in front of Swears. And you see Swaggy getting restless. He was hoping for that 24 to hold it on the outside. That was not the case. Barb will lead this lap, 40 to go. 3 by 3 still. Vince Iguchi watching on. No one is able to give towards the back half of the field. The Swaggy finally got to the middle. Jacob Wilkerson watching on, waiting on. There's Aiden Walker ripping that outside lane. And they have to go ahead and organize this thing out quick. 3 wide it was. Now it's back to 3 wide with Aiden Walker ripping top. Still 3 wide. No one giving in. Carlos Truther dead through the center of this truck field. Battle for the lead. Schmidt on the bottom. Barbagallo in the middle. Hard fought move. You see Basin trying to work his way up as well. Most of these drivers still not giving in. Schmidt to the bottom. And there's just so much to look at here. That huge pack towards the rear. Barbagallo losing time. Lights around the outside lane. Lines up with William Schmidt. Lights to the bottom. Schmidt ripping top. And that's how the fast 4 under a bubble. Look at this herd. Still 3, 4 wide looking. And we're talking about Homestead, by the way. This isn't Daytona. This isn't Talladega. This is what you're seeing right here. That is so unbelievable. Still 3 wide. They can't organize it. Nick Lights. 2 back. Maybe looking for a 19. Schmidt's got it right back down that bottom. Works his way right back to the line. 2, 3 the difference. Carlos Truther found his way into 10th. Michael Mitchum, Riker Byram. And that Monster Energy 4 truck swipes the bow there on Michael Mitchum. And they finally got it organized, and it looked like they weren't going to get it organized at all. One of the best truck races ever the NASCAR Truck Series ever had. Cale Gale versus Kyle Busch. It happened at this racetrack. Fun fact, I was not at this race. I was behind the grandstands around the track during the race. Why? Well, this took place in 2012, and we had never thought about going to a truck race. It really didn't come towards us. Well, I had a baseball game during the 2012 finale season, and it was very much baseball season. My parents said, hey, we got a baseball game before the Cup race. Keep this in mind, because that means we can't go to the haulers. I was like, oh, I really want to go to the haulers. That was such a big thing back in 2011, 2012. Going to the haulers, seeing them all. Almost every driver had a different hauler, and you wanted to go to it as a kid. So during the truck race, we went to the haulers. And I remember looking at the big screens that the haulers had, and I was like, wow, this is a really good truck race. I begged my parents, I was like, hey, let's go watch the last 30 laps. Let's see if we can get in there. They're like, no, that's not happening. We're going home. We headed home. We caught the last couple laps of that truck race. Well, Kyle Larson really put a real thorn in the side of that championship for Ty Dillon, and we saw one of the greatest finishes ever at this track. Cale Gale versus Kyle Busch. Man, it was something to watch, and that made me a Truck Series fanatic. Speaking of Truck Series, how about Nick Lights, a Truck Series driver, getting ready to battle a driver that is a fan of Nick Lights? That's William Schmidt. They're 1-2 back to the inside lane. Lap 18 to lap 19 out of 20. So yes, I didn't get to see the Cale Gale finish in person, but guess where I was for the 2013 truck race in the grandstands, ready to watch that. And that was another great finish as well. Homestead has always been great with the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. Here's a battle for third. Basin, Swearingen, wheel to wheel. Basin on the outside, Swearingen on the bottom, Lights into the outside wall, goes the Red Bull. Gonna get that thing wound up, and Schmidt will hold on to the lead. Now he has the most wins at Homestead with this truck track combo. His first win here came with the first ever legacy truck race at Homestead. Two brothers going at it. We all know them. Justin Champagne, Kevin Champagne. Push came to shove and everything in between. And guess what? They both spun down off turn 4. William Schmidt said, I'll just go ahead and take the checkered flag. That's exactly what he did. And then a night race with this truck track combo. Daniel Mosteller took out a good portion of the field, and William Schmidt went to victory lane handily. The only problem is now he's got about 3 trucks ready to breathe down his neck, and one is Dylan Basin, who has worked his way to the bottom. Max Swearingen closing the gap. Basin on the bottom, Lights on the outside. And this is just the great racing you love to see in NR night. Basin crossing the bow. Handsomely locks it in P2. Now what does Lights do there in the middle? Oh, he's going to get ganged up on. Max Swearingen. Ritz top. Crossover maybe to the inside of the Red Bull. Swearingen to the bottom. Lights to the middle. Demos and Thurston lined up. Thurston now going to that outside lane. Basin is closing that gap to the William Schmidt machine. See Truther in there again on the outside while a lot of these trucks slamming it. Michael Mitchum. Watching, waiting on. Basin has caught that 79 truck. Schmidt always loves to support the underdog drivers, like Norm Benning, like so many in that truck field, Xfinity and Cup field. So he runs paint schemes that are based off of those drivers and plans on bringing it to victory lane. 2 DNFs so far tonight. What a way to get off the chest with a race 4 win. Basin 15 back, a 1 caution race. Drives it down to the bottom. The SKS driver going up against a hard-fought 16. Maybe a drag race back to the line next time by 25 to go. Max Swearingen dumps it downstairs, blocked by Basin. How about that for some change? And Dylan Basin goes top of the board, but for how long? Schmidt to the inside. Basin in the grip strip. Schmidt, I don't think he's going to be able to clear. And Basin gets the roller coaster drive down on turn number 4. The real question is, can Max Swearingen deal with that 16? Basin in the wall. Well, just a scratch to that right side. Schmidt wants to drive. Schmitty trying to hold off Swearingen. Swagging to the inside. You have to throw the slider. Schmidt hits the wall. Max Swearingen's gonna duel out for a Homestead win. 24 to go. You got trucks right in front of you. What's the game plan? Max in the wall. Basin in the wall. No one can keep it off the outside retaining wall. Mosteller in the fourth. Basin is there. Look at just how close he's getting without slamming it. And 2 lap trucks right in front of him. Remember how we talked about these drivers needed to figure it out back there? Merce Berry, Riker Byram, Jason Tamer, and so many others that finally have been able to get it calm towards the back half of the field. But with 23 laps to go, Dylan Basin is boot scooting Shia, trying to get away from the drivers behind him. Wilkerson in the 5th. Leapfrogs Lights. Leapfrogs Thurston. Oh man, he got lifted up there by the 4. And Thurston will slot right back in line. 43 back to the inside. William Schmidt, who's led so much of this race, has now dropped back to the 5th place position. Basin is the man. He's out front. Nearly a full second lead now over Max Swearingen. 22 to go. Mosteller. 1-7 back. Ripping the outside wall. And Max just can't get out of it. He knows now the speed is up top. Just can't get it to work at all. Schmidt has company. Here comes Wilkerson. And what can JW do? It's to the inside, but still too far back. Way too far to make a lunge. Mosteller. He's been making up time and speed, definitely on the Max Swearingen machine. But Max and Mose are really still in 2 different ballparks here. Max is pushing the narrative to catch Dylan Basin. Mosteller, I think he's just pushing the narrative to catch one of the 2. William Schmidt, Jacob Wilkerson, try it again. Wilkerson to the inside. Schmidt along the outside. Looking for that switch. 19 to go. Three drivers under a blanket. This is the battle for 3rd. I don't know how Wilkerson got so much speed late in this race, but he really got it flying open. 319 back, 320 back. Every inch of this track is being used. Wilkerson on the bottom wants to slide in front of the 79. Now slots in between. Schmidt to the bottom, wheel to wheel. Mosteller up against the outside wall. Schmidt yields as the rest pull away. 1.5 second difference between Swearingen and Mason. He's now in his own zip code, it feels like. Nowhere to be seen. The last hope for any of these machines would be a caution. Homestead. Such an interesting racetrack. Murphy, Carpenter, Shamela watching on as well. With 17 to go. Here comes Bennett Allen to the inside of Thurston. Allen and the Marines 48. Schmidt still can't find a way off that outside wall. 16 laps to go for Miami. Lights in 7th. Thurston in 8th. Barry in 9th. Michael Mitchum back in that 10th position. Marty Shamela battling for 13th. Oh, almost had a run in. There at the 77 truck. Jason Tamer on the outside. Tamer, 1 win, I believe, in NR. He got Demos for it. Lined up towards the back half of this field. Actually make it 2 wins in NR. 15 laps to go. What's the game plan for these guys towards the rear? Well, right now the battle comes down to where they really are on track. You know, if you're Max, you're 2 seconds back. You're Demos, you're 4 seconds back. You're Wilkerson, you're back there in 4th. And you still see Max Swearigan seriously blinking. 2 seconds back, 14 to go. Slotting for position. And they have him in his gun sight, right? I mean, they can see him pretty clearly. Same thing with Wilkerson. Like, you have Demos and Max, like, right in front of you. But you don't want to do too much to really change the complexity of this race right now. Including with 13 laps to go. You know Mason is prone to mistakes. You know, so is Swearigan and Mosteller. So you kind of just ride around and see what this race has left to offer. But nonetheless, you got to give it to the drivers. These last 2 races have been fairly clean. 13 to go. And we're looking at what tracks you all would like to see for race number 5. And it's going to Chicago Street with the Formula 1 car. Wilkerson 4th. Bennett Allen into 5th. William Schmidt at one point was leading. And a long green flag run had it all torn up. Now back to 7th. Max Swearigan fading. Mosteller trying to gain in that ground. 12 laps to go. Now 11 for Dylan Mason. Heavy speeds, picking different parts of the track now. Swaggy up and into the safer barrier again. How he was able to nab back a second place, I guess you could say finish for now, but they haven't finished the race. It's unbelievable. He has nailed that wall multiple times. There's Demos. Lined up as well. 10 to go. Move in towards the better half of the field. James Thurston. William Schmidt. Michael Mitchum way down on that inside. Schmidt getting squeezed. Thurston just crosses the nose of the 79. Had to hold on to it. Still ripping that outside lane. Battle now for 4th. It will come down between Wilkerson and Allen. Allen has been closing that gap ever so often. Maurice Berry has put on the bottom there in 6. Lights hasn't changed. Mitchum really hasn't changed. This has been the big switch. Schmidt from leading now back to 10th. Remember, he has 2 wins here with the Legacy Truck. He has another win here for an eTicket event. Homestead loves the Schmitty machine. They also love James Thurston. But with 8 laps to go, no one can crack down Dylan Mason. Mosteller. Blind on in. Allen. Berry. Maurice Berry. Have a night. Should we say, yes, Maurice Berry back there in 6. Benny Allen getting ready to fight it out. This will be the last couple of switches for position. Allen looking for an opportunity. Jumps back to the outside. Mirrors Berry back to the bottom. Seven to go. Mosteller. Wilkerson. Wilkerson and Berry still wheel to wheel. They got to shape this one out, including with 6 to go. Time's ticking. Wilkerson on the outside. Drive down off. Second and third ready to fight as well. These are going to be the final positions being switched before the checkered flag. Wilkerson downstairs, Berry the drive off. 5 to go. There's Max. There's Mose. Wilkerson pressured again from Bennett Allen. Half a second from second to third. Can Wilkerson get the drive? And you continue to see Max Swergen blinking. It's getting worse and worse and worse for him. Demos to the outside. Race leader not in camera view. Until way down to turn 3. There's the dive. Swearinger on the bottom. Mosteller on the outside. And there was a caution. Max Swearinger easily would have had a penalty for it. But with 3 laps to go, this is going to be shaped up one way or another. Allen found his way around Wilkerson. Demos ripping top. Three to go. Down to 2 to go. Still a blinking Max Swearinger. This is going to be the big change right here. There's Dylan Basin. In a world of his own, what a race he has had here tonight. He went out there and won in Atlanta off of a long green flag run. He gets the white at Miami off a long green flag run, looking to get his second win of the night. Son of a Becca, 1 to go from Homestead. Battle is on. 3 drivers under a blanket, that's for second. And Max having horrible internet. Hasn't made it easy on any of these other guys. A trip to victory lane, not an uncommon sight at our night in America for Dylan Basin. Taking home the Florida Watermelon Chevrolet back towards its rightful home. Checkered flag, Dylan Basin, victorious from Miami. Mosteller leapfrogs Swearinger and goes P2. Oh, Swearinger and company. No, let's rephrase that. Thurston and others wrecking back towards the start-finish line. And that is how it will end for race 4, the bonus race. Round number 5, and it looks like the streets are calling. Basin victorious. Burning it down on the front stretch. And we will get ready to talk to him again. Still burning it down and not giving any inch away. Let's go talk to your winner. He's got to blow that engine at some point. I believe he just did. Dylan Basin going to victory lane after an outstanding drive. And we will see everything he has to say, including about how this night has gone down. Basin, it's to John. I think I just talked to you a little while ago. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's like I was just here.
It was. It was unbelievable. Second win of the night. Another 50-lap race. Walk me through it.
That thing was the most gripped up vehicle I've ever driven. It was on rails.
Really?
I never was loose, never was tight. Just got off the gas, got back on it. Got off the gas, got back on it. Put whatever you want. I'd have got the closest to the wall without hitting it, which I wish the replay mode, for the broadcast, wouldn't show us hitting the wall without me, because half the time we're not. But we're so close to it, and the replay mode's a little glitched out. It's like, you hit the wall, but we didn't, so.
Yeah, it starts sparking up. I want to point this out. We're going to Streets of Chicago for 20 laps with the F1 cars, or the Super Formulas. Walk me through the Super Formulas. What's the opinion behind it?
I love them. I mean, they're not as finicky as a normal F1 car is. You can get on the gas a lot harder and not spin out. The F1 car is really sensitive, but these things, you still have to be careful with it, but you can push it a lot more and have fun with it. Plus, the push to pass I feel like it's a little bit nicer than DRS sometimes. So,
well, we don't have a setup for this, so we're going to put baseline on.
In fact, I ran laps with that combo, and I personally didn't have any issues with it. It doesn't really bottom out or anything.
Oh, there's a setup for it.
I don't think so. I just ran baseline.
Oh, so let's go with baseline.
I believe it was baseline. I might have tried to use another setup that was closer to a street course, but I don't remember. But I mean, I ran baseline first and put another setup. It really wasn't much difference, so I think it'll be fine either way.
Looks like we're running baseline. Listen, a lot of viewers have been talking about you doing very well here in NR Night. We're so glad to have you here, kicking butt and hanging out with us. That's one way to do a race 4 right there.
Yes, sir.
Well, congratulations, my man. Hopefully we see you continuously go to victory lane.
Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get on with round number 5. Fun night of racing, fun night of action. It has been for NR Night in America as we continue on the 5th race of the night. Now, I asked you all what track would you guys like to see. So many of you, if I'm not mistaken, said Chicago Street. So guess what we're doing for the next race? Chicago Street. We're doing that right now, and it's going to be an absolute lot of fun. I know I should be looking at the camera, not the laptop, reading the chat, but Chicago Street is next, and we'll be using baseline for that setup. NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. I got to go itch my nose just quickly. Quick itch of it. And we will get ready to rock and roll once more. Here we go. The 2023. Yes, the 2023 version. No fast repairs. None of it. At all. No fast repairs whatsoever. As we get ready to try this out. We're gonna do open qualifying. Open qualifying for 10 laps, or 10 minutes, should we say. And we will have a 20-lap race. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green for the final race of the night. And yes, this one will be the final race of the night. We have to go ahead and get things ready for the next eTicket event. Obviously, this coming up Friday, it's going to be an absolute blast. We are beyond excited for it. It's going to be awesome. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. For the ones staying up late with us on the East Coast, thank you so much for hanging out late with us. The Drive Smart California 500, a sunset and a night race. 43 of NR's best, 43 of the best will be racing that eTicket event. And it's going to be an absolute beautiful watch. You're going to want to see it. You're going to want to see it go down. Everyone's going to want to see what is up with that event. Let's get ready to go green. And the session is up. Password is IDK. Quick itch of the nose again. I don't know why it's so itchy out of nowhere. Do we upload a YouTube short tomorrow? I'm not sure. I'll have to go ahead and look back on certain moments before we go ahead and do that. We do have some YouTube short, I believe, moments tonight that we can go on and upload. And the YouTube shorts have been crazy. A lot of you guys have been absolutely enjoying it. We're very grateful for everything that the viewers have done to look into it as we get ready to go green once more. Dylan Basin, well, he's in. He went ahead and got it done. As we get ready to go Chicago Street Racing with the Super Formulas. Now, they will have F1 paint schemes on, which is why we call it F1. For the ones that were wondering, they're basically NR Knight's F1 cars. And they ask, aren't there F1 cars in iRacing? Well, the answer is yes, but you can't paint them. And that takes the fun out of it. It's like if NASCAR had the Chevy, the Toyota, and the Ford, and you can only use Penske paint schemes or Hendrick paint schemes. You know, it takes the fun out of it. So we said, okay, let's use these paint schemes. As we load on in. We're not going to have a big field at all. I just saw that. It doesn't look like we're having a big field at all. So it's going to be very much no bump day for the street race with the F1 cars. Oh, it might be a decent sized field. It's going to be probably an F1 field. I think we're going to have 22 Super Formulas come in there. I know F1 does 20, but if we have 20, 22, I think that's pretty solid for a 20-lap race. I like that. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how that all shapes out. So we'll have a quick 20-lap feature. Obit qualifier underway now as we get ready to go green. Braden Mummick has joined the field, as so have others. As we get ready to go green. The streets of Chicago have arrived. They have sounded their siren. They're ready to go. One of the most well-loved road courses at NR Night. Another track that was supposed to have an eTicket last year, but was bumped from eTicket royalty, and now it's talked about having an eTicket this year. So keeping all of that in mind. Braden Mummick rolling his way around. Daniel Mosteller rolling his way around. We will have the road course, the road map on as qualifying is very much underway. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head trackside. And right now they're just trying to figure it out. They're like, what is this? What is this combo? This combo is weird. This combo is something else. And we'll put the car number on the right side of the track map. Whenever it does, want to go ahead and show. Braden Mummick, so far sitting top of the board. Streets of Chicago, you never want to look away from it. Eckert. Line on in. Truel. How about Burns? Oh, yeah. He just completely spun the tires. Just Barbagallo. As drivers look to put down their first times, Barbagallo says, I'm going to put it in the wall. Max Virgin. Off turn one, headed to turn two. Max in that 3 machine, looking for the best of the best. Still no outlook here on the track map as we wait for drivers to go ahead and set down a time. Now you can see the track map here. Qualifying underway. Oh, Max's slide off turn 6. Not exactly what he wanted to see. River Page inching his machine around. River Page was in that last F1 race we did. It was interesting to see what he was able to do. I can't really get a timing with all these drivers trying to figure it out. So we'll have 20 Formula 1 drivers race at the streets of Chicago. Mosteller, right on with him. Is heading all the way back down to turn 12. Demos, purple sector 1, yellow sector 2, purple sector 3. That should be enough to go top of the board. Very much is. A 1:11.03 for Mosteller. Greenwood. Downhill into turn 12. 2 greens, and just needs 1 more green, and he's going to easily be up inside the top 3. No doubt about it. A 1:11.039 might be enough to actually go P2. Oh, man, was I wrong. He was off by 7 seconds. Completely out of the way. A Red Bull, Garber. William Schmidt. How about a McLaren? Dylan Mason. Rolling his way around. Frank DeAngelis. Coming home after his slumber party. Working his way off 3 to 4 and 5. That long batch straight away to turn 6. The super formulas are always fun to watch. You never know what you're going to get with them. 2 minutes left of qualifying. F1 machine super formulas ready to rock and roll. Michael Garber. No, gonna keep it off the wall. Jackson Carr. Carr rolling his way around. Max Swearengin. In and out of, I guess what you call the bus stop. I call it the fountain corner. 2 minutes left. Now he has to fix that blinking. Zola, Mason. Mason watching on. Frank DeAngelis. Rolling his way through. Final minute and a half, ladies and gentlemen, before we drop the green flag. I do have NASCAR rules on this, so we will have a 2x2 restart, and if we need it, a single file restart and overtime. I have that already in play. Jackson Mize. Rolling around. It's only 6 drivers who are going to set down a time out of well over 20. With 40 seconds left, your field will be set. I think that's what Greenwood thought. He was like, oh, I just need a set time, and that's exactly what he did. Frank DeAngelis will not get a set time in. "15 seconds left. And the Hawaiian Punch Super Formula. Rolls its way through. So about the IndyCar thing, I actually can't do IndyCar at all on iRacing. True story. We are not allowed to do IndyCar whatsoever. And now we started doing a little bit of Formula One recently, and a lot of viewers liked it. So that's why we're like, oh, let's just try it here for a race. Fine, try something new. But if you see people streaming IndyCar, they're technically not allowed to do it. But it's by the iRacing, I guess, code of conduct. Basin goes third, and he will be on road number 2. By iRacing's code, you're not allowed to do anything IndyCar until they get the license back as a broadcast. So I can't do anything IndyCar. 8 drivers have set down a time out of the 20-something. Now we'll go ahead and take the green flag. Let's get ready to go green. Time to get it done. And actually, we're having a conversation quickly here with some drivers. They're asking me to change something up to avoid any controversy in a big wreck. They're asking for us to change the restart rules. So it is going to be 22 going for it. And that's what they're doing. So they're going to go single file start and single file restart. So how it's going to work is the leader will start the race off turn 12. He's going to back it up and he will start it so they can get spread out and they can avoid any big wrecks heading down into turn 1. That is the idea, and I think it should work. Let's get ready to go green. Let's get ready to roll. So you're going to see them go single file. And they'll get just enough space so they don't absolutely tear each other apart. Why? Well, we're here for racing. And racing, we would love to see. Braden Movick lined up with Daniel Mosteller. And we will once again have 22 racing as we get ready to ride. 20 laps of action. And we're going to do the single off turn 12. So they're going to go single. So they're going to go off turn number 12, single file. And we'll get ready to go green. Let's go and say those magical words for the final time tonight. God speed drivers. You are go for throttle up. 22 super formulas have now taken to the streets of Chicago. This can go one or two ways. Really good, like most of our Chicago street races at least end. Or really not good, like Watkins Glen just 1 week ago. It's always sunny in Chicago. That's not true at all, because I'm pretty sure it's snowing up there right now. But in the sim, it's bright and beautiful as we get ready to go green flag racing. Single filing out. Onlookers watching, knowing this can be one of the more interesting races of the night. We've had a very interesting night. 2 races with 1 caution, but the first 2 races of the night were very caution heavy. I'll say this. You don't know what to expect. Through turn 6. And head into turn 7. Mavic, Basin, Truel, Barbagallo, Roberts, Burns. Lined up and ready to go green. "20 laps to get this done." The pace car will make that hard right onto pit road as these guys work to turn 11. This is what it's all about. F1 racing in America, or F1 night in America, should we say. Mosteller and company bring them on turn 12 as we light the fuse from the streets of Chicago. Base into the inside of Mavic to turn 1. Mavic's in the wall. Didn't take long. Base in, wheel to wheel. Goes right to the lead. Didn't miss a single beat from the races before. Wreck in the rear. William Schmidt. Ethan Eckert. Way back. Top 2, top 3, open it up. Mavic sneaked on through. Goes to second off turn 6 and head into turn 7. A couple drivers already down on pit road. Frank DeAngelis might also already be out of the race. Wyatt Roberts. Barbagallo. Through the fountain corner by the statues. A whole head of steam working at the back end of Roberts. Mavic looking for the slipstream. He needs to get that push to pass ready, but he's definitely saving it for the long, heavy hours later on. Wyatt Roberts in 5th. Barbagallo the lunge to the bottom in turn 1. Barr makes the move. He's up into 5th. 1 spinning in the rear. Michael Garber forcing James Thurston to stop on the track. Yeah, James is knowing this is still a long race and a caution at some point might be imminent. 1-5 the difference for first and second. Mosteller 3-some to back. Now, if you want to know when they have the push to pass on, when we go gyro cam, you'll see it on their wheel. You'll see where it says push to pass enabled, and they will be hauling their way through. Another version, look at the top of their car. See that bright green that just went on? Well, that's simple. That means push to pass is enabled when they have that on, and it's blinking, should we say, on and blinking. And Basin was just using it for the time being. So Mavic is 2 seconds back, but hasn't used any of his push to pass. Basin, I believe he might be using it now. Man, very tough down into turn 4 and 5. Fearless. Mavic 1-9 back. Closing the gap, Mosteller, Truel, Barbagallo, and Roberts. That Burns back there as well. A lot of these guys working their way through these corners. Jackson Carr, James Thurston. More towards the back half of this field, about to have a battle for the lead. 18 laps to go. 129. Basin might have gone thrown to the outside wall. No, just a lap machine. Now Mavic has to find his way through. He does. 1:15 back. And a whole lot less. It's down to an 8. Still not using that push to pass. Down to 3rd. Up to 4th. Up through 5th. Maybe just a tap back to 3rd. Will be definitely through 6. Off turn number 2. Braden Mavic showing that fire here to Dylan Basin. Half a second between 1st and 2nd. Demos in the distance. No push to pass used just yet now on the top 2 machines. 17 to go. Well, a lot of worries about this car track combo heading in. Basin loose on turn 6. 7, 8, heading to 9 and 10. Mavic got to get well out of the gas to not run in the back of him. Through 11 and back to turn 12. 17 to go. 1 a.m. on the East Coast. Mavic half a second back. Now he's got him definitely on the straights. I think his best opportunity is going to be coming off turn 2 and that hard sweeper through 3 in the hard braking zone at turn 4. That's where he can make up the most time. You see Basin, no drive at all off turn 2. This should allow Mavic to close the gap in. And he's saving all 120 seconds of his push to pass when it matters the most. Braden Mavic has never won at the streets of Chicago, but has never been in position to. Tonight very much is. Mosteller, 4 seconds back, way back there. And other machines involved in incidents, but we continue to watch what the top 2 can brew. Thurston nearly a full second back. Pit road, wide open, full of entries that just could not handle the heat. Something's got to change. 15 to go. Oh, trouble in the rear. Barbagallo involved, and I believe that was Zachary Troll that got jammed up with him. Get another machine in that one. And it might have been Wyatt Roberts. The caution's going to wave. Now you got 15 laps to go. And off turn 12, it went for a huge miss. And we've had incidents all over this track, and you can just park it there. It is not going to work out. Let's go see what happened. And how hard were they battling? So here's Barb. No, that's Struhl. Here's Barbagallo. And that's 17. I don't know how Barb got involved in this melee. I mean, he was pretty far back. You can already see how far back he was to the rest of these guys. Now turn 12, Zachary Troll. And it's really hard to just keep your focus on this. Man, what a lockup. Now, you can't really see coming off that corner. For Barbagallo is just a sight that he didn't want to see at all. Let's see it again. And so this is exactly what he would have been seeing heading off at turn 12. One heck of a surprise. That's what he saw. I don't know how Truhl missed that corner. I mean, there was no way for him truly to miss it. So while drivers couldn't hold on this is what we come down to. 14 laps to go. Basin, Mavic, Mosteller, Page, Burns, Carr. Left in this race. Duel, I'm guessing they're showing still on the track. I don't know where, but they're showing him on the track. There's Dale Greenwood, who's just happy to be here. He's now back there in 8th. The rest of the field is on pit road, junked up, chewed up. Where's Frank DeAngelis? DeAngelis nowhere to be seen. He's boot scooting and gotten the heck out of here as his night has come to an end. 14 laps to go. And we possibly could get the one to go this time by. And we will not be able to get the one to go this time by. So we'll have a 12 to go restart. Let's go try to talk to every driver that is in this field before the restart. And this is what it definitely will come down to. A fun night of racing, and we're very thankful for everyone that's tuned on in. Basin, Mavic, Mosteller, and Page. All lined up, all ready to try this one again. Let's go ahead and chat with the Braden Mavic camp. Let's go chat with Dana Mosteller. Most, it's a John, you got a copy.
Oh my gosh, you scared me, man.
Oops, I'm sorry. Did I wake you up?
Yeah.
Well, this has been, we're not surprised about some of those guys losing it back there. I'm not surprised about that at all. But at least for the top 2, top 3, it's been pretty stout, right? I mean, you've come close to winning at this track before. What's the big takeaway with this?
It's really bumpy. My whole house is shaking. My wheel is like, oh my gosh. It's hard to drive. My wrists hurt.
Everyone just left Dylan Basin out.
Yeah,
to dry. That's hilarious. Oh,
yeah.
River Page is staying out too.
Yeah. It's really bumpy. It's hard to control. Everyone's making mistakes, but I gave up the lead, and I don't know where it was. Taking it easy. I'm just looking to finish because I feel like I have the pace of Basin and Mavic, and just about survival at this track. And,
survival and finishing. Well, walk me through it. Incidents towards the back half of the field. Was it just drivers not taking it patience? I'm pretty sure I put that warning out saying, hey, you know, just keep the car together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's really bumpy. Like, I don't know. I mean, in a stock car, you can't really feel the bumps. I mean, you can, but it's not as bad as an open wheel car. Both the Indy car and this car is, you really feel it. And it's hard to control through the fountain sections. It's very treacherous. I nearly wiped out a couple times there already, but so far it's under control. Hopefully I can kind of make my way up through the field. Looks like Basin River stayed out. I think River was fast. He had just set the fastest lap right before the yellow came out. He'll be a hard car to pass, but I feel like I can stick with Bubba if I can just get my tires.
Right. Well, you get the one to go here. You're going to restart with 12 laps to go, a 20-lap race. I didn't know if that was too long or not. Worried about, what could or could not happen. Now, usually these races still come down to the final 3 drivers. That's what we're really keeping an eye out here for. Super Formula is just the second time we're doing it. Watkins Glen was one thing, but it's like throwing a child in the deep end that hasn't learned how to swim in some cases, right? It's almost like you're having to relearn this entire track, and I can definitely see that from your case and others. Do you believe that's the same way?
Sorry, what'd you say? They were discussing the restart procedure here.
So, basically, this track, you've raced it before, but what the Super Formula is basically, it's like giving a 4-year-old a stock car and saying, go race in Atlanta. You know what I mean? Because it's a whole new different ballgame. Some said we should have done Sonoma, we should have done other tracks, but the viewers vote Chicago Street. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree. I feel like as a driver, I would have loved Sonoma or whatever the other track was. This is like really hard for a driver. I mean, it's probably entertaining to watch all of us crash and destroy stuff, but it's challenging. Thank you.
Well, we're getting the restart this time by. They should be restarting coming off turn 12. I don't know why they would wait, but should be interesting to see how this goes.
Thank you, John.
Dragging Demos to his chat as we get ready for the restart. Final 12 laps from the streets of Chicago. Basin easy through. River Page goes for a spin. Hard into the inside wall. He's out of the race. And he's one of those other drivers that talked about these young guys getting way too bold. And bold did he get. That puts Mavic into second with fresh tires. Half a second back. Mose. 2 seconds of difference, sitting in third. Thurston in fourth. He's got him right here. Mavic to the inside. Couldn't catch him. Mason has company. Braden Mavic has been creeping down that rear. What feels like now all race long. 11 laps to go. Mosteller in third. Mason off turn one. A big slide out of Mavic. Top two nose to tail. Mason lined in. Mosteller in third. James Thurston now in fourth. And Thurston's another one you got to keep an eye out for. Here comes the 27. To the outside of turn 6. Oh, couldn't go the long way around. This allowed Demos and Thurston really to close in. Thurston's got Jackson Carr back there. Those are two drivers that didn't get a good qualifying spot. Needed a caution to come out to rejoin this group. And that's exactly what they've done. So we got 5 nasty good drivers ready to go at it. Basin. Oh, catching that wall. Demos closing in. Now a second and change back. 10 laps to go from the streets of Chicago. What's gonna work? And remember, he hasn't used any push to pass. Goes to fourth gear, back down to third. Grabs a gear back to fourth. Needs to slide up to fifth. Entering sixth gear. That's what's next. Max is out, back down to turn 3. The hard braking zone. The right-hander of 4. The sweeper to 5. And if he can keep that momentum carrying, he will have a shot heading to turn 6. That's still too far back to see the top 5 guys in view. Ten to go. Getting ready to work their way down to 9. So much to look at. So much to find a hold of. Oh, Basin goes for a slide. He's into the inside wall. Caution's gonna wave. Wow. Just could not push it anymore. And forces himself into a mistake. And there goes the left front. Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty sure that is done. And your race leader will not go 3 in a row tonight. Remember, most of these guys, they're oval guys on iRacing, right? They race mainly on oval tracks. Put them on a road course. And all of a sudden, things just change. Wow. Unreal. Let's watch back. This is a whole lot before. Mavic applying the pressure. It's going to be a race of attrition. We told these guys before, if you just keep that car together, you'll be good to go. Heads back to turn 6. You can already see he's on edge. And that was the... I would say that was the ragged edge there off 6 and 7. And then you just get here to turn 9, 11, and then it doesn't work that way. Just watch how he slid coming off. I mean, he looked pretty good, but you see the rear end bobbling. He was already losing it before he even got to the entry point. And you see he tries to drive out of it to keep it off the outside wall, but he just kept his foot in it way too long from avoiding himself from hitting the inside wall. Race 5, you never know what you're going to get. Mason, the Trooper, will continue driving on as we will get the one to go this time by. Mavic, Mosteller, Thurston, and Carr. And we'll have 7 laps to go from the streets of Chicago. And that's what it comes down to. Let's go ahead and talk with your drivers and hear what they have to say. What could be the final interviews of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to everyone that stayed up late with us and tuned in. We'll be back this Tuesday, by the way, at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Only 2 races. That's only what it comes down to. And it should be interesting to see how it really all goes down. You know, let's start with Barbagallo. Barb, it's a John. You got a copy? I don't think Barb's talking. Barb, it's a John. You got a copy? And the bird will not be the word here tonight. Let's see who else we can go to Dragon. You know what? Let's go Dragon Mavic. Mavic, it's a John. You got a copy?
Yep.
Yep. Is that just going to be your catchphrase to continue to say that every single time I talk to you?
No. Just tired.
Very tired. I can tell you're tired. Well, you got your Super Formula race, not at Belle Isle, though. The viewers chose the streets of Chicago.
Yep, they did. Yeah, they did.
Walk me through this track. How does it drive a certain way, and go let your opinion fly.
It's so bumpy to the point where my entire desk is shaking. That is not fun.
There's no way. Are you
Dude,
serious?
it is so bad. I'm surprised I haven't died in the fountain yet, because there's a pothole, a notorious Chicago pothole in there that just bottoms out the car and kills it. And then
There's no way it's shaking your old desk. Oh my gosh, there's no way.
Because Demos, it's like a damn earthquake is going through his house. It's ridiculous. I can hear Demos' desk shaking.
Unreal.
Yeah, I mean,
I hope you don't have a glass desk. Yeah, don't just shatter it.
my only chance of winning the race was Dylan making a mistake, so we got that. No, I just can't make a mistake, and I should be setting sail.
Let's try something different here. I've been commentating, but there's not a lot of drivers left. I want you to, we're going to have you stay right here because you're loud enough.
Oh, shit.
And you're going to walk me through every corner of this track. Live.
All right, we'll do that. Let me tell the other drivers first. All right, so I'm commentating these next laps live for the chat. So if I die, I die.
No, do not do that. Be safe. Safety is important. You got 7 laps to get it done.
Safety is not a priority in Chicago, especially on this track.
All right, gas her out. Let's roll. Walk me through the car track combo.
Well, it's really fast. Straight corner is really fun. I'm gonna bring one right here. Get close to that wall. I didn't do that. Be kind of careful on the power. Again, really bumpy. Again, like, it's so bad. I can't commentate and drive at the same time.
Oh, yes, you can. Look, you're on the straight right here. You're into turn 3. Let's go.
My desk is shaking. Right now.
My desk is shaking.
Dying. Shaking.
I can't hear it.
Because I have so much sturdy desk.
Oh, okay.
But it is bad. Like, my hands
All right,
are
what's the
shaking.
hardest part of the track? Walk me through that. What's the hardest part of this racetrack right now?
You got me all off right now. I'm braking 100 meters too early.
Oh, yeah.
This upcoming section right here.
Right here. So what makes this so bad? Where's the bad pothole at?
I'll tell you.
Is it here?
Right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
And that's really bad over the hump right there.
I can see how much it's moving. And now that you tell me that Demos' desk is shaking so much, I cannot look at him and not think, wow, that thing is going to break. Well, he's closed in on you, but I mean, you're mainly commentating. But the lap time's about a minute and change. Is it this bumpy with the stock car, or is it just because this is an open wheel car?
It's open wheel, it's lighter, it's more sensitive to every damn bump in the world. but and it's just faster. Everything, the shocks are not handling these things well at all. Like, I'll put my mic close to my wheel.
Okay. I can't hear anything.
Shocking.
Oh, I think I just heard it there. Possibly a little bit. I mean, you're still doing pretty well. I think you're still doing pretty well. I mean, you got Demos right behind you. I mean, we started with 22 drivers, and then it ended, we'll probably just have 4 guys finishing this, but Super Formulas, walk me through it. Should we do more of it in the future?
Absolutely, but at real racetracks, please, that are full-time.
I didn't vote this. I did not vote this. I went off suggestions.
You didn't tell them that it's bumpy all the hell. It's like, I can't even put into words.
It sounds like you're running over strips, you know?
Yeah, bad. It's like I got getting away from the cop speed and they put rumble strips out. It's bad.
Oh, wow. I mean, at least you haven't hit the wall. I really hope I didn't just give you the commentator curse, but you've been definitely one of the cleanest out of everyone. I think Demos is right there. You've never won at the streets of Chicago, but you've raced the Cup car here, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep, I have.
Do you like the Cup car here?
No.
No, you know. I like the viewers like the Cup car here. It's probably been eTicket in the future, but...
Oh, what joy. Oh, joy.
I think it's going to be great. Out of all these drivers, of the final 4 that are left racing, these guys usually race Super Formulas. Did you vote on Sonoma?
No, I wrote Road America.
Oh, you think Road America, this would be good?
That would be amazing. It'd be like walking into London, but better.
Well, you always call yourself the People's Champ, so we're just going to probably have you here all the way until probably the white flag. Demos is closing in. You know, like during those spring training games, well, they'll have someone in their ear while they're oh, man, you better watch the heck out, man. That didn't look too good.
I hit the Denny Hamlin bump.
Well, Demos is breathing down your neck.
It's easy push to pass.
Where's your push to pass? How much push to pass do you have left?
About 195 seconds.
195 seconds.
I haven't touched it. We get 200.
Well, I mean, you get 210, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you did touch it.
A little bit, trying to get Mason.
You know what I see this as? That one spring training game where the Braves are playing, the commentators were talking to Freddie Freeman. You know, it's a really good point. So we're just going to let you do your thing right here. But Demos is down your neck. I mean, this is pretty close. I mean, heading to 4 and 5, that's got to be scary because there used to be a big runoff there. There's no runoff there at all anymore.
Yep.
Okay, he's for sure going to the inside right here. Oh, he thought about it. I can see that big blinking light. Now you're using the push to pass.
Yeah.
So the push to pass, you can still use it while you're the leader, which is cool.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Hey, you didn't hit the wall.
Almost.
I want to point out all the viewers are loving this. I know you can't look at the live chat right now, but they are. This is very unique. This is some race 5 stuff right here.
Only in race 5.
Only in race 5.
Please, only in race 5.
Please, only in race 5. All right, you're off turn 12. This is a long straightaway right here before turn 1. We've seen River Page and the rest of the field destroy their car here. Demos is looking at the inside, on the outside of you. You did a great job of defending here. How do you defend this car knowing that you can't go overboard like a stock car?
Use the speed to the advantage, you know? Use the arrow of the car. Oh my god, I was a lot hard from me.
I want to point this out. This is great marketing for your next eTicket event. There's 212 watching. Why should all 212 watch you? Wow, Dale Greenwood is destroyed.
Yeah, tell me about it, John. Tell me about it.
Why should everyone root for you in the next eTicket event come next Friday so you can win $500?
Because by the looks of it, through practice and stuff like that, and some testing, race running, it looks like I'm the only guy that can keep up with the Coke guys.
Actually, faster than the Coke guys. We went through the data. I watched back on all of it. You're faster than them in FP3 and FP4. So, oh, sorry. Let me. Yes, FP3 and FP4. FP5 will be tomorrow. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm showing that I have the potential to upset them, give them a fight for the win. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be something. It's gonna be a race.
It's gonna be really cool. Demos has lost his speed. I think he nailed one of the walls that are around this track. We definitely heard it, but we're just looking at you. James Thurston is way back there. Oh, yep, there goes Demos. He just hit it again. Anyways, 2 laps to go. This is one of obviously the most grueling tracks. What would you compare how grueling this is to any other track that any of these viewers could possibly know?
I think Oh God! Think the backstretch of Auto Club on crack, and then the same. Oh God! I just messed that up so bad. Oh. Yeah, just think Auto Club backstretch.
Auto Club backstretch.
Mixed with the Road America.
What about Myrtle Beach?
Balls.
We did Myrtle Beach with a Gen 6. Everyone said it was like a workout.
Oh, it was.
So like this.
Yeah.
Would you say it's worse than Myrtle Beach Gen 6? Because Justin Champagne was out of breath.
I wouldn't say that.
All right, hey, listen, you got one lap here. We're going to keep you all the way to the last lap. It's just a unique style of saying this stuff. Demos is there. He's breathing down your neck. Salud Blanco wants to go.
Salmon Blanco. Salmon Blanco.
I do not say it like that. It's Salud Blanco, which means the white is out in Spanish. One to go from Chicago Street. Demos is breathing down your neck. Let's just hear it. Let's just hear it from your vantage point.
Nice.
Oh, man, you just goofed. He's there. He's here outside. Into turn 3. Turn 4. Oh, you got on the wall, man. You're just on that razor edge, man. Fearless. I like it. I like what you're doing here. All right, last gas. Here we go. Turn 6 and 7. You're halfway on the final lap. You know Demos gets bold. Mavic wide. Mosteller to the outside. Turn 7. Switchback, 87. Back to the inside. To the foul corner, Mosteller nails the wall.
You're allowed to the wall.
You did it. Braden Mavic off turn 11 and turn 12 is gonna get his first win from the streets of Chicago. Braden Mavic victorious from Illinois.
That's what I call jockeying for position in the Jacques Villeneuve John Player car. That's what you like to see.
I like it. That was pretty cool. This is very unique. This is such a race 5 thing, you know?
Yes, it is.
All right, now go do your burnout.
Well, I gotta find a spot, you know? If I could jump in the fountain, I would.
Do you want to say anything to anyone back at home?
Yeah, let's never do this again. Root for me in the event. Rooting for NR drivers is way cooler than rooting for Coke guys. That's all I gotta say.
Ooh. Do you think you're gonna win? Let's be honest. Talk to me right here. You think you got what it takes to win?
I think I do.
I like it. Next Friday.
I do.
How do you feel that you could win $500 and the viewers could also win $500 worth of prizes? That's gonna be outstanding. It's the first time we've ever had this for an e-ticket.
Yeah, that'll be cool for the people. You know, give them some money.
Are you gonna do that during the middle of the race? Try to type in there to see if you can get a hoodie. Absolutely not. Well, Mavic, it was a lot of fun seeing you go around. Great job. David Bell, Duel, everyone's saying great job. What do you guys think of this ride along? Should we do a different version? There's obviously a smaller version in the future.
Give it to Demos one of these times, you know? He deserves it.
A ride along. We just call this a ride along. I like that. I like the ride alongs. This is why we have Race 5, Mavic. We test new things, we try things out, and we might try new features. I think a ride along in an event, or like in a race where you do like 2 laps and see what the drivers are saying would be super cool.
Man, I've been telling you to do that for like a while. We gotta do it, you know?
Well, you're just the second driver to win a Super Formula race. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude race number 5 here tonight. My name is Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, and I can't wait to see you all next Tuesday night at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. The Drive Smart California 500 is up next Friday. Just 1 week now, 6 days from today, depending on where you live. Friday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. That's December 15th. Mark it on the calendar. The next time we go streaming, next Tuesday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central for a Super Speedway stream, just 2 races. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, and this has been NR Night in America.